Hey, Mary, the budget board has a couple minutes that they need to approve.
You want to go, should I start it? Do we have a quorum of the advisory board? Who's self?
I don't know who self is, but
Self, who are you?
Not myself. So, yeah, we do have a quorum for the budget.
Now we have a, excuse me, go ahead.
So maybe,
We have a
maybe you
quorum.
just,
We have a quorum of the commissioners, so I will start the meeting. And then if we have a quorum of the advisory board, we can approve the minutes. Does that sound good?
yeah.
I will call to order this joint county commission and budget advisory board workshop. The date is Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. The time is 2:02. Commissioners that are present are Evan Clapper, Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek. Staff, Elaine Geiser, Christopher Kaufman, Chris Baird, Renee Baker, Mallory Nassau, Quinn Hall, Andrea Brand. I'm not sure who self is. On the staff, we have as elected official, I do think I saw Christina Sloan. And do we have any other staff on? This meeting will begin. I will entertain a motion. This would be just the Budget Advisory Board who will be voting on this to approve the minutes of October 23rd and October 30th Advisory Board. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'd make a motion to approve the minutes from the Budget Advisory Board for October 23rd and October 30th.
Thank you. Gabriel Wojtek made motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I don't know if you can, Greg, because you're not on the can he?
No, but Elaine can.
Elaine? Oh,
Okay.
okay. Elaine, second. Okay. All discussion? Okay, I'm speaking to the members of the Budget Advisory Board. All in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we will go on to our workshop. I will turn the workshop over to Chris Baird, our budget officer.
Okay. I'm going to share my budgeting screen real quick here. So I sent out some decision points, the main decision points, I think, that I could think of that the commissioners would want to review. And first up is a category that are personnel related. And so the first one is potential.
You're cutting out quite a bit.
I am. There's all these dinging sounds from people coming in and going out. I don't know how to turn that off.
I'll turn that off, Chris.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that those dinging sounds are what's overriding me. So the first thing is in this budget already is a 1.4% cost of living adjustment, and that's based on the current inflation rate. And across the entire county, it would cost approximately $166,000. And then, as you may recall, the process for increasing the salaries of elected officials and commissioners requires a different process as well. So the question is, do we want to go forward with the 1% cost of living adjustment? And do we want to make it applicable to everybody, including elected officials?
I'm comfortable with employees for sure, and elected officials that have a full-time job. I think as a commission, we should discuss whether or not we as commissioners receive a 1%.
1.4.
1.4, excuse me.
I think
Thoughts?
With second mayor's ideas that it's good to stay in step with those corrections that we made over the last few years. And with that same line of thinking, I'm okay with part-time elected officials receiving the COLA as well, so that it doesn't become out of whack again.
Okay, thank you, Evan. And that is important, because then the perception when we have to make a big change in our salary is not good.
Gary?
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, I would also support that. We let it go so long before, and then we had to do a big jump to catch up. So I just assumed to do a little bit at a time. So yeah, I would be in favor of a COLA.
Okay. I would, this is just a thought that Jay Lynn brought up the other day, and I wanted to bring it up to the group, that perhaps after the new year, we should look at a policy of having so many excused absence of commissioners. Then after they miss so many, that there is a payroll deduction. So that's just a thought. I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it would, the public would appreciate it, because I get lots of complaints from the public about certain members of the commission not showing up and feeling like their money is going. So after the new year, I think we might want to look at a policy of that nature. Just a thought.
So we can look into it, but I'm pretty sure that that's not legal.
That's not legal? Oh, shucks, Jalen. We sure
But
thought
I
it was a
mean-
good idea.
I can't say for sure, but I'd have to review code. But, statute with regard to elected officials, you always have to go through a public hearing to change an elected official's salary. So every time that would happen, it may be possible, but you'd have to schedule a public hearing to do it. And I don't know, I'd have to review code, but I'm kind of the feeling that that may not be legal. But we can look into it.
Well, that was a thought that Jalen and I were talking about, that perhaps, maybe it won't be an issue from now on. But,
Well, you can always just shame them
Shame them.
publicly.
This is true. This is true. Okay. So
So,
I'm getting an idea from the commissioners that they're okay with the commission getting a 1.4 COLA raise. Gabriel, I haven't heard from you.
Yeah, I would just echo the sentiments that have been expressed by the other commissioners.
Okay. So that looks like a go-ahead for elected officials, including commissioners. Chris, to me.
okay. So, yeah, I've already noticed for those public hearings. And so we should be good to go for it. And it's already plugged into the budget also, so proceed that way. And then the next up, we have a few new position requests that have been discussed. And the first up is in the county attorney's office, a prosecutorial assistant. And I'll let Christina take it from here in terms of explaining that request.
Yeah, hey guys. So a few stats to give you. Since approximately 2003, the prosecution team in the Grand County Attorney's Office has stayed the same. The exact number, which is 3.5. Sorry, that's actually 1 prosecutor and 3.5 paralegals. So that's since at least 2003. I don't have data on the criminal docket workload going back that long, but since at least 2011, our criminal workload has more than doubled, and yet the staffing has stayed exactly the same. Of course, we also are seeing the community asking for more enforcement of all things, from noise violations to land use code violations to mask mandates and all that goes with those things. And of course, prosecution is hand in hand with enforcement. So you can't enforce the effectiveness of enforcement without increasing also your resources and your prosecution team. Last year, I had 2 staff who were unable to take their entire vacation, or even close to their entire vacation. They had to lose vacation that would not roll over because we simply had too much going on the criminal side for them to take that time. And then this year, we're well over our overtime budget for the paralegals because, again, the workload is just continuing to increase, without staffing resources to go with it. Of course, last year we hired Chief Deputy Matt Brooks. He is really wonderful. He also prosecutes cases, which is something you haven't actually seen out of the Grand County Attorney's Office for most of 8 years. So not only is the caseload increasing, the sheer number of cases, but our prosecution approach has actually improved. And we are taking things to a preliminary hearing as necessary. We're taking things to trial as necessary. And this is because of the leadership out of our chief deputy, and marks a change. So we feel really overwhelmed here on the criminal side. And that's why we're asking for this position. I will admit that it would be a hard position to train in COVID days. But I do think we would move to fill it immediately. And, there could be possibly like a phasing in of what that looks like. The goal would be, the way it works in this office is our justice court, that's our misdemeanor court, which is the county court. So our newest paralegal always steps into that position because it helps them learn the criminal system in general. And then as paralegals get more experience, they move up into district court. So currently my justice court paralegal, assuming this position is created and then filled, my justice court paralegal would move into a floating role that would be helpful between justice court and district court. The new paralegal would move into justice court, and then my district court paralegals would stay. And allowing this floating position would be really helpful because currently the way it, if I had one paralegal go down in district court or justice court for COVID, for any serious injury, for any serious illness, we're at a risk of collapse because we wouldn't have sufficient people to cover the other court. So that would be helpful. The prosecution assistant positions now are written where they're flexible enough that we don't need to rewrite the position that my current justice court paralegal would move into. We would just need to create this new position. If you guys have any questions, I'm all for it.
So that would,
Question, Mary.
yes, Greg?
When I'm looking at these new position requests and it has cost out to the side, is that salary plus benefits?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so that's totally what they're getting then, and getting in
Well,
compensation.
that's assuming a sort of a mid-level price benefits package of, a two-party high deductible.
Yeah.
If we hired somebody on that was traditional family plan, then that'd probably go up by like 10,000.
Wow.
But
okay.
I always try to budget sort of the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I mean, but it could go up higher than that. It depends on who you hire. You can't really discriminate it on that matter, and so it's
Yeah.
just has to do with what they opt in on for benefits.
Okay,
So we don't know, but that's the middle of the road benefits package with salary.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Curtis Wells, Commissioner Curtis Wells has joined us. Would this reduce overtime by quite a bit? Would there be overtime savings, Christina?
Yeah, there should be by quite a bit, yes. And you'll see in my budget, we left overtime where it was budgeted for 2020. We did talk about in my workshop reducing that number if this position was approved. We didn't talk about what that number should be. I still would like some overtime because Emily and Terry are so skilled in my office. You know, if there's a big case, of course, last year we had our first murder trial in about 25 years. This year we had the devastating Cammie homicide that took a lot of time. So if you have a big, huge case like that, I need Emily and Terry available to work on them, even if that means overtime because of their wealth of experience. They have been here 15 and 17 years. So I still need an overline budget, but I am comfortable reducing it a bit if the position is created.
Okay. Curtis, did you have anything, or Jaylyn, questions?
Just wondering what your overtime budget was for 2020, where you think you're going to end up at?
It's 10,000 now.
Well, it was 8,000, but we had to move it up. So you're at 9,761 right now in 2020, year to date.
So I would be comfortable reducing that to 5,000, knowing that if we have a big criminal case, we may exceed it.
Okay.
You know, we do our best to budget in the county attorney's office, but it's all dependent on what crime is committed and how big those cases are and how much people fight us. So it is hard to budget some of these items, and you know, we have to be prepared that we go over. I don't think that has happened. You know, in my predecessor's day, you were seeing exceedances on the civil side because more and more and more, one, the civil needs of the county was getting increasingly complicated with every year. And then this office was relying increasingly on very expensive contract attorneys to fill those needs. That has stopped. And Chris might have a different perspective. I don't think we've seen a lot of exceedances on the criminal side over budget.
Okay. Now, Chris, you would like kind of straw at this point that, you know, to get feelings from the council to help you with moving forward with your budget. Am I correct?
Yes. And so you're not, you know, officially approving anything in this meeting, but I need to have the budget in as final a form as we can get it and available for the public by the 20th for the public hearing on December 1st. And so, you know, even though it can be changed all the way up to the end of the year, you know, I think it's best to have it in as close to final form as we can get it relative to the wishes of a majority of the commission before the 20th. So that's the kind of the point of this.
Okay, that's what I thought. I
Workshop.
was just, okay. So I'll do a
All right.
straw.
Are we just talking about the attorney's position, or are we talking about all 5 of these?
I was thinking we'd go one by one.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do one by one since
Yeah.
it's not necessarily all or nothing.
Yeah.
Well, may I ask a question first then?
Yes.
It looks like BLM is going to fund that number 3 sheriff position. Travel council compliance officer non-LEO, would that be from the promotion side or the mitigation side?
We're talking about the promotional side, and I think Christina can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that she's willing to defend that from the promotional side. I mean, the statute says that we're supposed to use the money for promotion or establishment of tourism, recreation, film, or conventions, and so I mean, part of the argument that Christina and I discussed was that, you know, if we want to facilitate events, that we probably need this position in COVID times. Otherwise, you know, there is no establishment of these kind of tourism events. But I can let Christina speak to it also. I mean, she'd be the one that would have to defend it.
I
So
feel
let's-
strongly
before-
4 and 5 can come out of our promotional money, and that not just that we need it in COVID times, but we can't safely hold events anymore without these positions. And even going forward, we met with the sheriff, and he feels like we have understaffed special events for a long time. So even outside of COVID days, he supports continuing this compliance officer position with promotional money. And of course, that could also be used for ATV compliance. That's also a tourism related issue. So I do feel strongly that 3, 4, and 5 are not going to impact the general fund budget.
Okay, so let's get a straw poll on item I or 1, a county attorney, prosecutor, assistant. How we feel about that, so Chris will know how to move forward. Evan, are you okay with it? He's busy. Jaylyn?
Yeah, I mean, those last 3 made a difference in whether or not I wanted to approve the first 2. I'm okay with that. The
Curtis?
prosecutorial assistant.
Curtis? Okay. Gabriel?
Okay, no objections.
Greg?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So it looks like, Chris, you have all the commissioners that are here's approval of moving forward with that position.
Thanks, guys.
Now we are to jail corrections. Who's
Okay,
gonna
so this
speak?
is a new position request from for another corrections sergeant in the jail. It's relatable to the issue we've been dealing with regard to keeping adequate staff on hand at all times in the jail so that nobody's working alone. And so I don't know if Shan or Steve have joined or not, but it's relative, I guess, to a safety concern that we've been dealing with for several years, where we're corrections officers have been manning the jail or womaning it, sometimes alone. And obviously, you know, if something happens under those circumstances, it could be pretty bad. And so the sergeant is sort of the managerial position that's on staff. And so having 2 of those would mean, you know, that we could have management on staff all the time.
Questions, council, commission?
So yeah, I have one. So right now, so it's a question of having managerial staff. If this were not a sergeant, do they have enough to have 2 at all times? Did that make sense?
Yeah, we approved a couple new corrections officers last year to help with this issue.
And we still don't have enough bodies, or we do have enough bodies, but we'd like one to be sergeant?
Jalen,
This is
it's
an
Renee. We are not currently fully staffed in the jail with all those deputy positions. So if the sergeant position was approved and all the deputy positions were filled, it would mean that the shifts could rotate through and we could have deputy and managerial coverage at all times.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could, because Shan, it sounds like isn't here, but he really is the hardest working guy in Grant County. He never can take a day off. The issues there are so big. Our jail has become a mental health facility. He's dealing with everything from inmate fights to we have currently right now an eating strike by an inmate, to constant poop being smeared on the wall, to inmates that go into the shower for 4 hours. And you really need management to deal with those difficult cases, which are constant and all the time. And I very much support getting more management resource in there.
Sounds like a safety issue to me. So I guess, does anybody else have any questions or concerns?
Question.
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, Chris, do we have the money to pay for this?
Well, let me, I guess I could have started with this. Let me switch screens real quick and show you where we're at on the bottom line.
Then I could also say, is this money coming from TRT, or is it coming from general fund?
Well, we're kind of maxed out on the TRT we can send over, so, I mean, if we increase the budget, it's going to come from the general fund. So let me... see if this works. So right now, this number right here, 586,388, is how much the general fund is budgeted in the red. And you have to remember, though, that there's some contingency built into the budget. Last year, I calculated our contingency to be about 3.6%, which means that we spent 3.6% less than we budgeted. And if you apply that same 3.6% to this year's total expenses, it equals about $535,000. And so this is a little bit above $535,000, but this also doesn't include yet any fixed asset sales if we decide to go with the enterprise lease and sell off some of our vehicles that we own. And across the entire county, all funds, and I haven't quite calculated, the reason it's not plugged in because I haven't figured out how much goes to each fund, but about $244,000 or so, you know, around thereabouts for sale of fixed assets if we went with the enterprise lease. And so the enterprise lease costs are already built into the budget, but the sale of fixed assets aren't. But anyway, you know, from the standpoint of saying, you know, do we have a balanced budget? If we're in the red 535,000 or less, then we would be within that contingency and probably end up being balanced. The other point that I would make is that some of the expenses are one-time expenses, like for instance, the money that we're going to send to capital projects for one-time capital purchases. And it's not necessarily a bad thing to pull money. This line item is showing the money we'll pull out of our fund balance or the bank, so to speak. And so it's not necessarily a bad idea to spend money in the bank for one-time purchases. It's just bad to spend it for ongoing annual expenses that reoccur.
Well, yeah, and this is going to be ongoing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we have, if we deduct the one-time purchases from this 586,000, we'll be well below the 535, which is the contingency level.
So you're saying that.
So what I'm saying is, whatever we budget, we're likely to spend 535,000 less than what we budgeted.
Okay.
And so, yeah, we have to realize that there's some contingency built in. You need a little wiggle room. 3.6% is not much, but that's where we came out last year. And so if we carry that straight across, so what I'm saying is if we end up in the red, 535,000 or less, then we're likely to be coming out balanced. And, revenue projections are, I'm projecting revenue growth about half of what we would normally project for sales and use taxes, because I don't know what's happening with COVID or how that will be affected next year. If growth continues the way it is right now, though, those revenue projections will be very conservative. But it's just really difficult to prognosticate those kinds of things with COVID, in play.
Yeah.
And so I'm being rather conservative with budgeting for about half of the growth that we'd normally budget for, even though right now we're seeing actual record growth in sales and use taxes, which is kind of surprising, but that's what's going on. And so I guess what I'm saying is we're pretty dang close to balanced. And then if you say that we're only taking money out of the fund, but if we calculate all the money that's just one-time purchases and deduct it from this and say, all right, we're okay with taking some money out of the bank for these one-time capital purchases, then we're all, I guess what I'm saying is we're pretty much balanced right now. And that's with all these positions plugged in. And
Okay,
so,
but what about these other two compliance officer positions?
well, they're right now budgeted in a totally different fund. They're budgeted out of the Fund 23. So, that would be coming out of this, what the travel council budget essentially, but this is the budget where all that 48% of the TRT comes into and goes out of. And so these positions, I don't know if you can see this pop up or not, that has all these positions, but these two positions are built into the Fund 23's budget, not the general fund budget. And this budget actually is the other way around. I mean, even with these added expenses, we're actually budgeting to send computer's thinking. Hold on a sec. We're budgeting to send $193,452 into the bank. So it's the opposite of the general fund, where that's money where, even with these two new positions, we're budgeting to send money into the fund balance, not take it out.
Okay. I guess.
Chris,
Well,
this
I
is
know
Chris Kaufman.
Yes, Chris Kaufman?
I just had a clarification question. Are any of the new positions that are being discussed included in the budget? You just said that those are included in the travel council.
They're all included, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, all of the new positions and reclassified positions are already in the budget.
Okay. Any other further questions?
So anyway, that's what the corrections sergeant, just to get back to that point, that would still be in the general fund, and so that would end up having to be paid for with either property tax or sales and use tax or whatever, because we don't have any more TRT to send over there. That Deputy 2 is contingent upon the BLM providing us, a respective amount of funding for that position. So if that one goes through, it's a wash, because we'll be reimbursed from the BLM for it if it goes through. And so that one would be, I suppose if we approve that one, it would be contingent upon that contract with the BLM being signed and approved.
Chris, could you put that back up on the screen?
Oh, sorry. So here we go, corrections sergeant, about 120,000. Sheriff's deputy.
So let's ask, if there's no more questions on the jail corrections, let's get a straw vote as to whether the commission approves keeping this in the budget.
Okay.
Curtis, do you have another
sorry.
question, Gabriel?
Oh, just I guess it would be nice to get something of a short narrative. I don't want to ask too much in terms of folks who are already so pushed to their capacity, but just something that breaks down a little bit clearer to us, sort of the adding this other position, especially it being on this sergeant level, and kind of what that means. I think if it was just written down in a short narrative to explain, that would be really helpful. I would appreciate that.
Okay.
So I wouldn't want to, I'm overall, I think for safety's sake, my answer would be yes to a straw poll.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. Curtis? Do you
Yeah, I
approve?
don't have any problems. I'm
Okay.
good.
Okay, Greg?
I'm good.
Jaylyn?
Yes.
And yes, I think it's important for a safety reason. Okay, now we're to the BLM, which we have somewhat already discussed. Is there anything else you want to add to that, Chris?
No, like I said, that one's contingent upon getting the contract signed and approved with BLM. But 120,000 would be enough for salary and benefits plus vehicle lease.
Okay, is anyone opposed? This might be the easiest way to do it. Okay, so it looks like people are okay with keeping that in the budget. The compliance officer, I think someone already said that even once we're through COVID, this is an important position. And why is that? What was Steve's reasoning? What's not being?
We got to separate these two. So there's the law enforcement concept plus the non-law enforcement concept. So the compliance officer that's non-law enforcement, would be more of like an inspector, at least as far as COVID goes. And wouldn't, necessarily be citing people or dealing with confrontational individuals or anything like that. But obviously that position would be full-time, but only seasonally full-time. And so we have quite a lot of compliance issues that are also tourism related, that are not COVID or event related. Short-term rental, TRT payment compliance, TRCC compliance, and Lane and Mary Lou and I have been digging into looking at the taxes, the sales taxes that people have been paying, and finding all kinds of problems. So, just trying to make sure that people are paying the right taxes, TRT, TRCC, et cetera. And then overnight accommodations, violations, people either running a short-term rental without a business license or in the wrong zone or not paying their TRT. The list goes on and on about tourism-related compliance. And so it wouldn't necessarily just be COVID only. It would encompass all of those tourism-related compliance issues. And so that's that one. And then the law enforcement one, that would be, as we discussed, if somebody is non-compliant with COVID mitigations, then I don't really want just regular staff trying to deal with a confrontational or violent individual. And so we would need law enforcement for that. The other component of it, and the reason why we're proposing to spend the money for this position out of the travel council budget is because we would make this law enforcement position very tourism specific. So it deal, with UTV related violations and compliance, would deal with all the other kinds of things that, perhaps the BLM deputy would be doing, helping with, all kinds of issues out on public lands with tourists. So, again, it's not just COVID only. It would encompass a broader spectrum of tourism-related law enforcement, but where you would specifically need a law enforcement officer and not just a regular staff person that's not trained in dealing with those kinds of things. And so those are those two positions that they're relatable, but one's got law enforcement capacity and training, and the other it doesn't. One's a little bit more, you know, white collar. One's more blue collar, I guess you could say. So both of them, like I said, also being proposed to come out of the Travel Council's TRT side of the budget. And so it doesn't affect the general fund. You know, the sheriff would still be the supervisor of the law enforcement position, but the salary would come out of the Travel Council. The only, you know, particularity that's difficult with the law enforcement position is that, you know, you can approve the position and fund it, but it's not going to be, you know, 6 to 8 months down the road that we can actually get somebody on the ground, because of police academy or, you know, law enforcement academy and all the training that goes into getting somebody certified to be a deputy. So, you know, the staff, if we hire a compliance officer that's non-LEO, we can get them going right away. But the law enforcement position, you know, requires quite a bit more training. And so it's going to take longer to get in place, probably 6 to 8 months.
Okay. Questions?
So that 88,000 then reflects a law enforcement officer that would be on the ground in January, even though we know but that has to be built in, whether we know it's going to be filled then or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's not likely that we'll spend that whole amount, because the like I said, we wouldn't be able to recruit somebody right away. But when they're at the academy, we pay that charge. Training law enforcement is really expensive. I mean, that's one of the big problems we've had in the past, and why we did a major salary adjustment is because, you know, we would spend the money to train these folks, and it would be very expensive to get them certified, and then right away some other entity would steal them from us. And so, a couple of years ago, we adjusted the salaries to now we're got reasonable retention of these people that we train. But it is expensive. You know, once you hire them, they don't immediately go to work, but they do immediately start training after they pass background check, et cetera.
Questions? Any other questions?
Chris, is there enough money in the TRT budget to pay for these guys?
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, there's extra money still. I mean, there's 193,452 left over to go back into the fund balance, which I think is a good idea, because the Travel Council's fund balance might take a hit this year.
Yeah.
And we will want to build it back up. But there's that much money and more.
Okay.
Anyone opposed to these two positions? Okay, is that clear for you, Chris? Know how to move forward?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Now
and then we have reclassified, and maybe I'll have Renee go over these, because she's a little more familiar with these reclassifications. Renee, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to go over? So the first, well, I can go over this one also. So the first one up is the clerk auditor. So we discussed the need for somebody to do grant administration and accounts receivable. And it's a pretty heady intellectual position. I think, you know, as Quinn can attest, that dealing with grants is, it takes a lot of brain power, and it's, you know, something that requires a lot of professionalism and kind of a knack too, is, you know, if this person's going to be writing grants and trying to do some resource development for the county. And so I think Renee maybe put this down as a grade 6, but I actually bumped it to a grade 7. I guess we can kind of discuss it a little more. But But in my mind, I think that it's a really important position and one that would pay for itself, even at grade 7, in short order. If this person started working on all kinds of different grants that we haven't really had the bandwidth to pursue. And so that's an important part. And then I think, when we get some audit results in, both from our internal audit and our third-party auditor, you'll see that a lot of the missed accruals are grant accruals, where we have some grant money coming to us, but since accounts receivable is not really set up well in the accounting system and nobody's really tracking these kinds of things, it gets missed, and so we get dinged on our audit year after year after year. It's been going on forever. And so, grant administration and accounts receivable kind of go hand in hand because most of our big receivables are grant related. And so that's kind of the gist of that. It's not a new position, but the entry level for clerk auditor deputy is grade 3. And I can tell you that there's absolutely no way we'd find a qualified person at grade 3. It can go up to grade 5 depending on experience, but I don't think that grade 5 is even sufficient to find the kind of person that we'd really need. And since this is a resource development position, like I said, I think that we would easily be able to bring in more money in grants than we're paying this person as a result of hiring this person and having them start working on grants. For instance, there's a lot of public defender grants that we're eligible for that nobody's had the bandwidth to pursue, and probably many, many others. And so I think it's an important position.
All right, then I will move to the travel council position as well. This is a proposed reclassification request. Currently, there is the info and special events position that was left vacant in due to a furlough. And so with all the changes of economic development and the travel council, our proposal is a business development specialist. Currently, this position is at a grade 7, the info and special events position. In the development specialist, we are proposing at a grade 6. So it's actually going down a grade. And this person will work with the local businesses as far as getting their marketing campaigns into the travel council, but also working on some of the grant side of that, trying to find grants for also local businesses, but for the county. So it's a complete new job description, but the position is already set up in the travel council. I'll move along, and then if you have any questions at the end, I can answer some. So the next one is in planning and zoning. With the changes there was a community and economic development specialist. And with pulling economic development out, this position has kind of just hung out. And so kindly Olivia has filled in for the time being due to COVID, but she will be vacating at the end of the year. So we don't have a job description written for an admin assistant position, but Mila felt like this was the most kind of important change to the position, just somebody who can do those day-to-day, getting packets ready, getting meetings ready, and really being there to answer the phones and get that public comment. So the current CED specialist position is at a grade 9. We're proposing this goes down to the grade 5. So that's quite a decrease, but it is proposed as a full-time position, just like the CED specialist. And then moving on to Sand Flats, we do currently have the Recreation Technician 1 and a Recreation Technician 2, and we're proposing that those positions go up a grade. We did a little bit of data, and I have quite a bit of that, and I think Chris has it too, showing that the BLM park rangers who have kind of similar qualifications for the job and similar duties are up there not a lot higher than our position, but it would increase the grade of the Rec Tech seasonal ones and the 2. And then there is a third Rec Tech, a third level of that the Rec Tech 3, who's currently at a grade 5, and we're proposing that that stays the same. So I can get into a little bit deeper on all of those if you'd like.
Any questions from anyone?
My only question is that we've got money to pay for all these increases.
Yeah, the figures that I showed you, Greg, all these are already built in. So
Okay,
that bottom line that I showed you holds true in the general fund, so that would be relatable to the clerk auditor grant admin position. The travel council, like I showed you, they have a surplus of 193,000, and that's, you know, including this position, which is actually lower in grade than the previous. And then planning and admin is in the general fund, but again, we're actually decreasing the grade, not increasing it, so it's a cost savings. Sand flats, between these, all their Rec Tech 1 and 2 positions, the increase would be about 5,000 annually. And Sand Flats is totally self-contained budget. They're an enterprise fund, they call it. So
okay,
they operate entirely using their own fees from day use and camping. And so they're good too. So yes, everything is already built in the budget and balanced.
okay, thank you.
Okay, questions? Is anyone opposed to moving ahead with these grade changes? Job description changes?
There's one more I forgot to put on here, and that's that Steve White wanted a budget to bump the jail commander from a sergeant to a captain, and that's a 1 grade increase. So a minor thing, but you know, like I say, it's to differentiate the jail commander's position from the 2 supervisory positions. And so that's one that I forgot to put on. It's more a budgeting issue, but because the sheriff has the ability to promote whoever he wants to whatever position, but you control the budget for it. So.
And I will say, Chris, that was added into the budget itself, the jail commander grade change.
Yeah, that is,
yep.
So yeah, it's also factored in already. Captain Hackwell.
Captain
Pretty good pirate. Anybody have any objections to any of those?
Anyone?
All
Doesn't
right.
sound like it, so we can move on.
So now we're on to the commission specifically and commissioners' budgets. So first off, we'll start with subscriptions and memberships. We had some discussion yesterday about our Utah Association of Counties membership. That's proposed next year at $23,877. Then we have our National Association of Counties membership, and that's $450. These guys do a lot of our, the ongoing lobbying for federal pill allocations. Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments is $18,500. Public Lands News, I don't know if anybody reads those, but those little newspapers that you get in your mail, which are clogging your mailboxes up right now. $297 a year for all those. Moab Area Chamber of Commerce memberships $275. Then the Canyon Country Partnership at $1,400 a year.
I would,
Go ahead.
yeah, I would just as soon delete the Public Land News. I never read it.
I'm
Anybody
okay
else?
with that. I'm okay with that. I don't nobody's come by to pick up their papers. I go in, everybody's, like they said, their mailboxes are full. It's not a lot of money, but it's if nobody's reading them, just putting them right into recycle. That's $297 to save. I think we should remove it. Does anybody not want to have it removed? Okay, it looks like we,
Is anybody familiar if they do any kind of lobbying or anything like that, the Public Lands Group?
Say that again? You're breaking up.
I wasn't sure if they performed any actions or did any lobbying, the Public Lands Group, the Public Lands News. I know that publication isn't read, but I wasn't sure if the publication was all the work they did or if it was other work that they were doing that we were supporting through our dues.
I don't know. I don't read it either. I guess if anybody read it, they would know.
Well, I get a lot of emails and it seems like people are up to something, but I can't keep which group is who. I think there's a Western Public Leaders group, and I don't know if that's a sub thing of this or if it's a completely standalone. But,
I don't think so. I'm not sure, but I don't think so.
okay. Well, yeah, we can cut them off, and then if they send some like, please don't leave, we can ask them what's in for us. I mean, to me, $300, it's still $300, sure, but it's not a huge thing if they actually are doing some action stuff.
Okay. So is nobody saying they want to keep it at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe there's a digital option that's a lot less expensive. I don't know. It could be because it is a small amount and there could be some benefit derived from it. I think pulling it off at this point, but I wouldn't mind looking like real quick to see if there's like a digital option and seeing about that. Sorry, that kind of leaves it in limbo, but I think that would make it a lot less. It would make it a lot more likely that I would look at it.
Well, it's only $300, so if you decide you want it back, you can just pay for it out of discretionary or whatever.
I mean, we get all these.
We gotta. Not trying to hurry you along, but yeah, I mean, if there's no significant interest in it, we can just move on, and if you decide you want it back, it's no big deal. But there's other ones that I think, like for instance, I don't know, probably UAC's the one to discuss. I wouldn't recommend dropping out of any of the others, but UAC is one that was discussed yesterday, and so maybe you want to check in with Chris Kaufman or any of the other elected officials that might be on regarding the value of UAC. We had some discussion about it yesterday, talking about legislative agendas. So I think that's one that probably needs to be discussed here.
well,
Anybody want to bridge that topic?
yes, this is a lot of money when we look at it, and I really don't know what we're getting out of UAC other than their newsletters that tell us what's going on in the legislators, during the session, but oftentimes they don't tell us the things that are important to us, as we've experienced in the past. But I think the value of it might be, Chris Kaufman, are you still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
I know for some of the other elected officials, UAC provides something for them. And so how about your office? And do you know anything about like the assessor's office and such as recorders?
Sure. I actually sent out an email earlier today because Quinn had mentioned to me that this was discussed. And I did hear back from a few others, including Debbie Swayze, who felt that it was beneficial for them. And I think the point I would try to make right now is that if making the decision to drop out of UAC would be a very big decision, and one that would affect a lot more than just the commissioners. It would affect every elected official. It would also affect other staff members from the county who go to UAC conventions and who meet with their peers from other counties, including the IT director. There's an HR director's track. There's an economic development track. There's a tourism track. So I would just recommend that before you make a decision on that you solicit input from all of the people that would be affected.
That was our thought yesterday. That's why I didn't think we could make any decision as to reduce it today. But I do think we should, somehow communicate to UAC that we don't think as commissioners we're receiving much. That might be what we need to do.
Yeah,
Is write
I mean,
down
part
if
of
they should.
the increase is relatable to building in those public lands attorney fees, plus picking up the slack from Utah County dropping out.
Well, I would like to
It's
not
gone up.
pay the,
We were paying, if we had paid the public land attorney fees, we would have been, I think, around 15,000, and now we're going up to 24, so it's like a $9,000 increase in 1 year.
that's a lot.
And again, Brandy from UAC did kind of give a mild response to what these attorney fees are getting us, but I wasn't very impressed, quite honestly, with it. So I don't know, maybe there's some negotiation that it can occur, and we can say, we don't want to pay the public land attorney fees. I don't know.
I think
Chris
that's
Hoppe
worthwhile.
did work on the state PILT kerfluffle that we had, where our state PILT, there was an error, but I don't necessarily feel like that couldn't have been resolved without this person. But I don't know. It's up to the commission whether or not you want to just say yes or no, or maybe we try to negotiate.
I think we should negotiate. I think we should negotiate and ask not to take the costs for the public lands lawyer out of our budget. Because they're always usually working against what our commissioners want.
Well, maybe. I know that it's kind of a tricky subject. I mean, they work a lot on RS-2477 stuff, and we are actually a party to the state's lawsuit, a friendly party to the state's lawsuit with RS-2477. I don't know if the future commission will change that trajectory or not, but I just am unfamiliar with what this particular attorney is doing on a day-to-day basis, or what they're involved with. And so, not knowing that, I can't necessarily say that I would think that their positions are copacetic with ours. I don't know, because I don't know what they're doing.
Hey, Lynn, you've attended quite a few of those meetings, correct? Public lands. Are you there, Jake?
Yes, I have.
Feedback? Your thoughts?
My viewpoint may be somewhat skewed because of really bad experiences with the early days of my being on the council and going to those public lands meetings and UAC meetings. Back at that time, it was a pretty rabid group that was obsessed with getting our land back, and it was just a really unfriendly atmosphere for people such as myself who value public land. And so I may have a skewed viewpoint, and I may be having a hard time getting past that, but I feel like the issues that they take up are usually not in Grand County's best interests. I mean, we're a different county. We don't do a lot of grazing. I get the impression a lot of the other rural counties do. And so, I think they look at things like that. They did mention, I think they mentioned, God, what was it, just recently, that by the time their attorney got on it, Chris Baird and Chris Kaufman and our attorney had already figured out the whole thing. Oh, it was the PILT money, I think, and the payments getting messed up or something, and they had to do a bunch of work to get it done. They pointed that out, that's something that they did for all of the counties, and I pointed out that, yeah, and that was very good work, but respectfully, our staff and our elected officials were already on top of that by the time you started working on it. So, I would like them to have a chance to defend themselves and give us a list of what they actually advocate for and lobby for, and then we could make an informed decision. But my impression is, no, they don't really stand for Grand County things. And in fairness, we're a minority among the counties, so can't really blame them, I guess. But you can't blame us for being irritated either.
Should we ask Brandy to do a presentation on what UAC is doing? In a sense, tell us let them know that we are considering not paying. We'd like to not have to pay for that lawyer. What are your thoughts on that? Should we ask her to do a presentation?
That can't hurt. I would be interested to see what they say. I mean, I thought that they were coming anyway. Did that get canceled?
They were going to come in person, which I thought was real interesting. And then that didn't happen because of COVID. So yeah, they talked about it, but I think they could do a Zoom meeting and talk to us and let us know what they're doing for us.
Well, and then if you think about it, the latest thing is the Book Cliffs Road, and they've got 7 other counties that are favoring that. Grand County does not. Who are they gonna help on that? Hopefully they take a neutral stand, but it doesn't sound like it to me. So
can I break in just for a sec? I just want to point out that this is, this exercise is for what we're going to plug into the budget. We don't necessarily have to spend the money just because we budgeted it. But the point I'm trying to make is we're going to run out of time before we get to the bottom of this list if we don't speed up.
Okay,
and
let's
so
move on.
We should just kind of say, we'll leave the budget there, but we may not want to approve this when it comes time to pay it.
Okay.
Just so that we can get through this. Because there's quite a few important things we need to get through, and we only have 45 minutes left.
Okay, go ahead, Chris.
This is Chris Kaufman. I just want to add one last thing on this topic, which is that Jalen and I both spoke out in the board meeting about preferring that they wouldn't include the public lands, in the regular dues. And so we did try in the board meeting for that, but also the commissioner or a councilwoman from Summit County made an offer to anyone in Grand County to talk to her because they went through a very similar process of decision making on whether or not to participate in this. And so I'm just passing that along, that might be a good person to talk to. I think it was Kim Carson, maybe.
Okay.
So does anybody have any other objections to budgeting for the other subscriptions and memberships? So we got NACO, Southeastern Utah Association of Local Governments, Moab Area Chamber of Commerce, and Canyon Country Partnership.
Good.
Okay. All right. So then let's switch over to our commissioners' expense budgets. And so these would be your budget for any reimbursable expenses that, you know, if you go to a conference or even online conference fees or whatever, traveling up to the Capitol during the legislative session, et cetera. So right now I've got Evan Clapper at 500. Evan, is that good?
Yeah, so there's a chance that I head back up for another trip, and this time I'll actually save my receipts for meals.
All right. And then Jalen, you had said 700, although somebody else will have this budget. I kind of like my stock budget in the past has been like 750. With COVID, you know, it's hard to say what kind of expenses people are going to incur, because who knows? Most of the times they're relatable to physical travel and attending, you know, physical conferences. But who knows what's going to happen next year? I don't know if 750 is like too much or not, but that used to be kind of the standard budget. Anybody have any? I mean, this is not Jalen's won't be here for this next year. Anybody have any concept of what we should say would be a good budget just for the standard?
Well, it is for travel, you know. I was planning on doing a lot of travel up to the, you know, Salt Lake, and the UMTA travel comes out of a different budget. So that's not affected.
Anyway, I mean, it's no big deal. It's not a ton of money, but
Maybe change
So
mine to 750.
all right. So maybe we can just go 750. But does anybody need more than 750? Mary, you say you can go back down to 750?
Well, because, right, going to lobby for the UMTA project wouldn't come out of this budget. It would come out of the state budget that's earmarked for that. So 750 would be fine. Going, you know, so this would be for going to Salt Lake and perhaps St. George, if they have a, you know, in-person conference next year.
All right.
So 750,
and
yeah.
We can move this money around too. Like if a commissioner doesn't spend theirs, we can easily move theirs to another commissioner's line item if it needs it. So it's really more the sum total of them all that we're kind of looking at. But does anybody have any issues with this scenario where we've just kind of got 750? Does anybody expect that they'd need more than that?
Not with COVID.
All right. So then we've just got cell phone allowance, some small budget for office supplies and fuel if, you know, we use the road department fueling station, cell phone budget, special department supplies. In the past has been food related, mostly if we do like when we did lunches, that's where that would come out of. This year we've only spent $136 out of a $1,200 budget, and that's because COVID. So, you know, I put it down at 1,000, which is less than it was before, but I kind of doubt that we'd even spend that much. Who knows? I mean, don't know. One of the big questions is inventory. Matt indicated that all the iPads are due to be replaced and brought up the question of whether or not we wanted enhanced laptop capabilities at least for the chair. so that they won't have to deal with trying to run a meeting on a crappy device that doesn't work, but or to even have two screens. I don't know. Did you all get that email from Matt? I don't think I really got any response to it. But right now, there's
Yes,
no plug anything in for the inventory budget, which is where all of that would come out of if we spent it.
Well, I think we should put something in there, just because even if it's not iPads or computers, I think that might be where, if we end up going back into the chamber at some point, I think we need to really deal with our mic situation.
Okay. Well, yeah, we can talk about that also, and that may be more of like just getting everything tuned in right. But
Well,
even if we, most commissioners are, well, hopefully the commissioners won't be running off paper anymore. We've been trying to get away from that, and so, those iPads are used during physical meetings also.
Oh, yes.
And so,
Let's put
do we want to replace those iPads because they're past the 5-year mark, I think, is what Matt said, and due to be replaced?
I think it would be a good idea.
Is it easier to keep track of it from Matt by replacing them all at once, or can we kind of take a little bit of a phased approach? Maybe do 3 of them one year, 4 of them next year, kind of thing? I don't know.
You can do whatever you want. Yeah, I think that, if they're still working for you, then that's fine.
Mine stopped working. I turned it in. I don't have it anymore.
My
All
iPad
right, so
machine
yours doesn't
work.
No.
I think that we should probably plug in like 7,000, just in case we need to replace the iPads and deal with any kind of issue with whoever's the chair, being sure that they're set up with some kind of system that works for administering a meeting. Does that sound all right?
Yes.
And if you don't spend it, you don't spend it. But I think we should put something in there because the cycle for replacing that stuff is up. It's due.
Anyone object to putting $7,000 in that budget? That looks like everybody's okay with it, Chris?
Okay. And then the last line item is the discretionary line, and I've got 2 things in there right now. Normally we budget $20,000 for discretionary. And then we've also got the proposed $50,000 that we discussed yesterday for legislative lobbying.
So that's where we would put that in that, is that 70,000, we'd take the cost for a lobbyist out of that. Is that what you're saying, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, or we can make its own line item. We just need to get it in the budget if we're gonna spend it, obviously. And so that's where it exists at the moment, is the discretionary line item. And we could break it out, if we wanted to, and just make a legislative lobbying line item too. It doesn't really matter. I think it
would be cleaner if we had it separated out.
Okay, but the big question is how much?
We were going to, what would the, outside of the lobbyist, what would the discretionary funds go to?
Just random things. I think in 2019 we spent that $14,890 on some study. What was the study we spent it on?
Oh, probably the one that went with the overnight accommodations, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think
We did it with the city.
Let me see if I can tell. Yeah, I can't remember. It was a study of some kind. But it could be inventory, it could be a study, could be some kind of informational campaign. It's really a miscellaneous discretionary line item, and so
Was that how we paid for the study committee?
no.
Okay.
We
I think we
budgeted.
should. I'd like to see it separated out into 50/50 for a lobbyist and then 20 for discretionary. What's other people's thoughts? Gabriel
So
or Jaylyn?
Chris, could it go under professional services? And then the other thing I think we need to put in there is $10,000 for the audit, the internal auditor, because that is an ongoing expense.
Oh, okay, so that's every year?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's my understanding too. I just got an email the other day that, yeah, we should be doing that yearly.
Okay, that's something I didn't pick up on. How about if I just make a new line item? Can't do it right now, but later make a new line item for legislative lobbying.
I'd like that.
Okay.
I think it'd just be cleaner.
Okay. But as far as the total, 50,000 and 20,000, 50,000 for lobbying, 20,000 for discretionary. Does anybody have any proposed amendments to those figures? Okay, hearing none, we'll call that one good. Save that. Then move on to the capital projects requests. So these are all the requests that, and this is kind of small. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. These are all the requests that came in for capital projects. And right now, all of them I have in the budget except for this airport request for new asphalt on the terminal road out at the airport, which is $500,000. So that one I think we would, probably either save up for, or go to the CIB for or something, I don't know. Or maybe an FAA grant, I don't know. But the rest of them are all in the budget. And so we've got several requests for the Old Spanish Trail Arena. And most, if not all of these, are not really what I would consider true capital expenses. Even though they're more than 5,000, some of them, in total, they're not either capital type expenses. So bathroom vinyl and carpet. Again, this is sort of more of like remodeling maintenance, $9,300. Then the outdoor bathroom needs some work also, $5,500. Repair the bleachers outside, $5,600. Arena dirt, $6,000. The panels for the outdoor arena, again, that's a whole bunch of paneling, but comes to a total of $9,320. Sewer connection at $9,000, and pavilion padding on the, because they do a lot of roller skating and whatnot under that pavilion. So some padding for the columns, supports $5,610. And these are listed according to Steve's priority, highest priority at the top, lowest priority at the bottom. If these are approved, I probably wouldn't budget these out of capital projects because I don't think they're really capital projects, but they would have to be budgeted out of like the inventory or whatever line item in OSTA's budget. And so I don't know. I mean, last year, if you remember, we didn't really micromanage each project. We just kind of gave Steve a total amount that he was allowed to use for these capital improvement type things. I think it was 40,000. So I don't know if you want to do that again and just say, there's one more that down here, the fire system recharge. And this one came from Sean, not from Steve Swift.
Where?
That sounds kind of important also, if we need to redo the glycol in the fire sprinkler system. But how do you want to do it? Do you want to like approve individual requests or just give like a total figure that he's allowed to spend up to, or whoever's going to be around?
Chris, not to get in the weeds too much, but how close were these guys? I assume they were in the red this year. Their expenses passed their revenues.
Oh yeah, especially this year. And they always are. They never will not be in the red. It's not a money they've made a lot of improvements to their revenue, and so it's not as bad as a lot of people seem to make it out. Like it's a giant money hole. It's not that bad, but it's never going to be in the black. It's always going to require subsidy. These kinds of recreational facilities always require subsidy. But the revenue side offsets maybe like 25 to 30% of it.
How are we going to get some big country singers to come play this joint and sell some tickets?
I don't know. You guys need to get more Republican, I think.
David Hinkins wants to pass a bill where we can have horse racing.
Oh yeah, well they've been trying for that and that really would revolutionize the arena. That's for sure.
Yeah, I told him I'd help him pass it.
Oh yeah, I mean that would be a major win for all the arenas across the whole state.
And he said that his bill would have the money stay in the county.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That's something that has come up over and over and over again and never passes, and so not something we can count on. We can count on that somebody's going to run it every year probably, but it hasn't passed.
Why do people care if people are racing horses? Anyway, I digress. I like the idea one lump sum. Well, I'm all for that too. But I like the idea of like one lump sum like last year, and then he can make the most out of that. And I guess the next question is it 40,000 again, or is it something more, like 20 or 30?
We gave him 40,000 last year.
Yeah, I think that's how much. So the total between all these, including the fire system recharge, is about 62,000.
If Sean was calling out the fire system, would that be out of the capital? Would that be out of the OSTA fund, or would it be a different fund?
I think it would have to go to OSTA maintenance. Again, I don't think that it's really capital, even though it's more than 5,000. It's not.
I meant
probably
the facilities budget or whatever.
Yeah, I think that this should be included, and I did include that in the 62,000.
Okay.
So I think if we did 40 again, that would pick up, fair number of them.
How old are these outdoor bleachers?
Oh, they're old.
All right, if we did 40 last year, we
Let's
could
increase it enough for inflation or something, and I'll just maybe make it 45. That's my thoughts.
Or 35.
Take it down, eh? Adjust backwards.
The formatting on this is giving me trouble, but there are 3 different numbers that have been thrown out here. So what do you want me to put down?
let's go 40. Then we could pencil that in as chopping when we start shaving things off after the pitchforks come out.
So
Okay,
Chris,
so-
none of these are any of these things in the budget, these capital things?
Yes, they are, but they're right now in the capital projects budget. I mean, we could spend it. One of the things that I'm doing with capital projects, there's about a $344,000 fund balance in there. And so I'm budgeting to pull all that out and spend it. So the total is $432,000, and so the way that I budgeted to pay for this is $344,000 out of the fund balance, and then the remainder to be transferred from the general fund, which whatever that is. Yeah, it only $88,830. So if we trimmed this down, then if we trimmed $88,830 out of this budget, we wouldn't have to send anything to capital projects. I mean, I would probably transfer some of this money over to the general fund to pay for it. And this money is general fund money, so it can be transferred back and forth, no problem. But it's nice to have money in the capital projects fund because it doesn't count toward our maximum that we can hold in the general fund. And I think we're only allowed to keep 25% of our annual revenue in our general fund. But if we put it into capital projects and have a capital projects list, then there's no limit to how much we can save up for capital projects. And so, but if we were to approve these, they're budgeted out of capital projects, and so I'd probably transfer some of that money into the general fund to pay for it. But if we could cut $88,000, from this, then we wouldn't have to actually use any general fund revenue from next year to pay for them. If that makes any sense. But I think 40 is good for OSTA.
Okay.
All right, formatting got kind of whacked out, but and then the next big lot is from the airport. So I guess there's a dog park out there, which I wasn't aware of, but Andy wants to improve the dog park. Then there's a request for a swamp cooler for the ARF building, which is the firefighters building out there. And then some electrical panels for the terminal. Awning for the terminal is kind of one of the bigger requests, $45,000. HVAC for the Southern IT something or other, I don't know. Paint machine, I assume that's for striping the runways and taxi lanes. And then there's this big project, which he sent over, but I didn't include that because we wouldn't necessarily fund it this way. But the rest of these, would be funded via the process that we're going through right now. And I think Andy prioritized these also. One of the things is that we'll have some of that CARES Act, FAA stimulus grant money left over next year. So this year, I think we got $1,051,000, and we're not going to spend all that this year. So that grant actually rolls over to next year. So the airport, you know, got a pretty big injection of grant funding. And normally most of this stuff would get paid for just, you know, from revenue, specifically from the airport, or general fund money, you know, property tax or sales and use taxes. But until we spend that full $1,051,000, we won't actually be spending any general fund money on the airport. And so, let me see what I'm expecting. I think I was expecting to roll over like $300,000 or $400,000. Yeah. So we'll probably roll over, yeah, like about $300,000 or $400,000, depending on how the airport closes out this year, of that grant into 2021. So, what do you think about the airport's request?
The dog park.
Anybody?
Scratching my head at the dog park piece.
I'm going, what dog park? Why do they need a dog park? I don't know.
I guess, you know, I don't know. People fly with their dogs, I guess, huh? I don't know. Need a place for them to go to the bathroom? Play? I don't know.
So are you saying that theoretically the general fund could be offset by the grant that the airport got for COVID CARES Act funding? And so these projects that he wants to do might not have an impact on the budget? Did I understand that at all correctly?
Well, they will impact the budget. Because once we spend that money, once it gets used up, then we start paying for the airport operations out of the general fund again. So the sooner we use that money up, the sooner we go back to spending general fund money.
Okay.
Well, I think
But it is an unusual circumstance. Normally when we get these FAA grants, you know, they're just for big construction projects, you know, like the runway, taxi lanes, apron, all that stuff. But in this case, that grant, that $1,051,000 grant, is for anything airport related, basically. Maintenance and operations, salaries, benefits, construction projects, anything.
And what's your recommendation? Do you recommend a lump sum and let him spend it as he will, as in Osta's case, or do you have a preference?
Yeah, I would probably cut it out. I mean, let's see. I'm gonna add it up real fast. So totals, I think, am I doing this right? I don't think I added that right. Let me try it again. So the total is 81,000. I don't think Andy's necessarily expecting that we're going to approve it all. I mean, he'd probably like us to, but I don't think that he was expecting that. So maybe if we did 60, I'd get most of it.
Is that your recommendation?
I like it.
Yeah, let's do 60.
This thing's formatting's getting all whacked out. And then next up, I've got some roofs that we've kind of deferred already, Grand Center and the emergency operations. 40,000 and 30,000 respectively. And we've already deferred this once or twice, and so I don't know that I'd recommend deferring this again.
So let's
So I'd
what?
probably to approve these two roof repairs. Anybody have any objection to that? I mean, once you have a significant roof failure, you're going to spend the money anyway. Plus, there's going to be damage on top of that.
Keep the roof.
If you remember, that happened with the library, and it shut the whole place down for a while.
Yeah, let's fix the roofs. We need to.
All right, anybody have any objections?
Hey, Chris, on
Yeah.
these two roof repairs, are those current bids or are those old bids?
They're estimates from Sean, I think.
But they're current?
Yeah, they're current as, estimates from Sean as of the last month.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say until you actually go out to bid what it's really going to cost, but those are the
Yeah.
estimates.
Yeah, I just didn't want any surprises.
Yeah. And then these three for the courthouse are, they were on our capital projects list for this year, and then we just axed it because of COVID. But the main water mixing valve for the whole courthouse, 30,000. And then 4 potential new HVAC compressors, 77,000 total. And again, these are getting to the point where hard to find replacement parts for them, and if they go down, it could shut a whole building down. You can't have anybody in a building without HVAC running. And so if these units go down, it'll end up being an emergency purchase, and that's always more expensive. Plus, it shuts the courthouse down. So these are kind of overdue. And then there's a control system that goes with those, a modern control. So, these are at the end of their life, and the controller for them is as well. And so these HVAC they're still running, but if they go down, we'll have no option but to do an emergency purchase and possibly shut down part of the courthouse because we don't have any HVAC.
It looks like this is a go. It has to go. So does anybody have any?
We've been deferring this one for a while. So I would recommend, definitely probably budget to do it before it becomes an emergency situation.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah.
what is a water mixing valve? Seems like an awful lot of money for just a valve. I mean, what kind of water is it mixing?
Probably the hot, I don't know, maybe hot and cold, but for the entire courthouse.
Yeah,
That's a lot. We'd need a lot.
that's a lot of money for a valve mixing water.
Well, I think it's, yeah, I don't know. I can ask Sean, but it's not
Yeah,
like it's not like a little valve on a 2-inch line. I think it's the valve on the big 6-inch water main.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know. I can get more information on it. It's been on our capital projects list for a couple of years.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that was.
All right. And then the last thing in the jail, they need a new fingerprint system. And this includes the actual fingerprint machine plus the computer that goes with it. And this sounds like a necessary purchase.
Yep.
And then the other thing I forgot that I must have overlooked, or maybe I somehow erased it when I was trying to do this. Yeah, I might have erased it. I've got good notes, but the IT has a $25,000 request for their core router.
Yeah, saw that.
And he says that that's a necessity also. I think Matt says that needs to happen, so
Yeah,
that's included.
Yeah, it's right above the airport, just
okay.
under Osta.
All right. And so that's it for capital requests. So what I hear is 40,000 for Osta, 60,000 for the airport. Get some more information for the water mixing valve.
Hey, Chris, this is Quinn. The
Yeah.
water mixing valve is for the jail. It mixes the water for all the inmates. They only have one button. So Sean says it's a pretty involved process, actually, but it is mainly for the jail.
All right.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's not like a residential type valve.
No, he
Yeah.
said it's actually pretty complex and it's pretty involved to replace it. So
All right.
Thank you, Quinn.
So with that, are we good to move on?
Yes.
Okay. Here's another one that you might have some debate about. You only got 10 minutes, but maybe we'll start off with the easier things first. Museum of Moab's request went up 5%. We do transfer money from TRT to pay for that. Sea Haven, 12,500. Moab Area Watershed Partnership has asked for 2,500. Humane Society at 12,000. And then here's the one that might elicit some discussion. Moab Valley Fire is asking for 100,000 to do fire services outside of their district.
I was working on this and I showed them a way that they could annex private property into their district to help augment those costs. And so far they haven't done it. So I'm really reluctant to give them any additional money because that means everybody else that doesn't live in the Moab Fire District is subsidizing them. And I have a hard time with doing that because everybody out here is paying money into the Castle Valley Fire District. And if the county subsidizes Moab Valley Fire, then we're subsidizing them too. So I have a hard time doing that.
Yeah, well, I mean, hypothetically, the request is to only cover expenses outside of their district, not within.
Yeah, I understand that, but the area is all the property up 191. The area that's covered now up by Thompson. Thompson is not taxed for any fire suppression. Plus, we got the entire west slope there that they could bring into their district. So, I mean, it just seems like there's a lot of things they could do to help out with this and not keep coming to the county with their handout. Because, you know, everybody that doesn't live in Moab Valley Fire District, we're having a hard time having to subsidize them as well as take care of our own district.
Okay, so
Jaylen?
from the standpoint of them covering, so I mean, basically, if there's no fire district established and a fire occurs on private property or out on the highway or whatever, non-federal land, Grand County is responsible to respond.
Yeah, I understand that.
And so we don't have a fire department, so we're going to have to contract with somebody. And so they do have the option of annexing, and I've talked with them quite a bit about that, and I think that they want to, and got kind of, they, you know, stumbled up with COVID, not doing it this year. But the question is, if they don't annex and those areas remain our responsibility, how much are you willing to pay to have them covered?
We have asked, Jaylen, help me with this, but we've asked in the past for the way they showed that was the amount of money they did was to just divide when they respond out there. But that's not how you determine the amount, because there are certain amounts that has to be covered whether or not they go out there. So I have never felt like it's been proven that that is exactly what it's costing them to respond.
Okay.
Yep, yeah, because they're figuring in their training expenses and all this other stuff that isn't directly connected to putting out fires on private property outside of their district.
What did we give them last year?
This year?
Mm-hmm. This year.
100,000. And it was 50 before that. In 2019, it was 50. And this year, it was 100.
Yeah, I seem to remember that the jump last year was kind of like I mean, I know it's been a crazy year, but that it was kind of that we're going to figure out something better for this year. So I'm for giving them something, but, you know, if it was 50 the year before, maybe we do something similar to that, and hopefully we can figure something out for next year.
All right, is that a proposal? To go to 50?
I would be better with 50 than 100.
So there's 2 for 50. How many others have an opinion?
I'll have an opinion.
I'd like the auction.
I mean, I appreciate the work they do, but I believe this is at least 3 years and possibly 4 years that we have this discussion every year. And so I'm kind of tired of it. On the other hand, 50 feels almost like a slap in the face to me. So I might go 75 if it were me, but again, not my budget next year. Hate to pull that card, but that's where I would go if it were up to me. And then maybe say, hey, we're phasing you out. If you don't get this done, you're getting less money every year. I don't know.
Well, the problem is that they could phase us out. They could say, we're not responding outside of our district, and then what do we do?
Yeah, they could do that.
So that's the issue, is that we're not talking about paying them to do their job. We're talking about paying them to do our job.
Well, I can tell you this. Castle Valley is also responding out of our district.
Yeah.
So, and we're not asking the county to reimburse us.
But you're also, they're also talking about an annexation themselves, which is
I know.
the best route to go, in my opinion. And so hopefully we'll see that.
Yes.
But
Let's do seven.
COVID caused a blip in that whole scheme. And I think that the commissioners over there had decided to pursue that. But, COVID just messed everything up.
Well, yeah.
I've got 2 for 50, 1 for 75. Where do we need to put this?
I would be more inclined probably 75 on the lower end, and I would be fine with the 100.
Especially if you feel like in good faith, the commissioners are going to pursue that this year, Chris? That's the impression you get?
That's my interpretation from TJ. I haven't really discussed it with the commissioners recently, but I've discussed it with TJ, and I think that they've expressed an interest in going down that road. And so I feel confident that if we, get it into more normal circumstances, that we can go through that process and help them through that process.
This is Chris Kaufman. I will say that they have reached out to me to get an estimate on what kind of tax income they would generate if they expanded their districts. And even though there's not a lot of residents in the expanded area, there's a lot of centrally assessed. And so they would actually generate quite a lot of tax revenue potentially if they expanded to the countywide, except for accepting the Castle Valley Fire District.
You think they would generate more than 100,000?
I don't have it right. I don't have it right in front of me, but I believe it was over 200,000. Do you remember, Chris?
It was around 200. And I mean, that would be leaving the certified rate the same. And so if they increase, if they expanded to the whole county less Castle Valley, then and kept their certified rate the same, I think they would bring in 200,000.
Yeah,
Let's go 70.
Well,
yeah,
I don't need to do a slap in the face. I was just getting it going, so I'm okay with whatever.
75. Let's do 75.
so Chris, can I ask one more question? Is the 100,000 already budgeted? Is it already in the budget?
Yes.
I mean, in that case, I don't really care either. 75 at the low end, I'm fine with 100. Given that they are serious about pursuing the annexation route. So
All right.
that's all I'm going to say now.
Well, anyway, we're at.
Is there a way we can do 50 the first 6 months?
Excuse me, Evan?
I was curious if there's a way to commit 50 for the first 6 months and try to light a fire under them so that we're not here again.
Yeah. I think, we may have to do another budget workshop on December 1 to finish off some of this stuff.
All right, well then let's go 75 and then we can wrestle over it on the first.
Okay. Because, yeah, we've got a fair bit more. The enterprise lease is kind of a big topic, and then several other somewhat complicated topics also. And so, yeah, I think we'll have to do one more workshop to finish this off because we're already past.
It's 4 o'clock and we probably all want to stand up and move around for a minute. So should I adjourn this meeting and that we will reconvene?
Wait, Mary, let me jump in. It's Quinn. Hey, can we do the canvass the election right now and then recess after that so I can get the signature ball rolling?
You bet. You bet. So I will adjourn. Okay, we will adjourn this meeting of the special meeting of the budget workshop, the Joint County Commission and Budget Advisory Board workshop. It is 4:01. I am now opening the meeting for canvassing the results of the November 3rd, 2020 election. The time is 2:01. Commissioners present are Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Gabriel Wojtek, Curtis Wells, Jalen Hawks, and Evan Clapper. We also have our clerk auditor, Quinn Hall, our county administrator and assistant administrator, Chris Baird and Mallory Nassau, our county attorney, Christina Sloan, and our county treasurer, Chris Kaufman. Okay, go ahead, Quinn. Or who's doing this?
I'll do it.
Okay.
So I hope you guys all got the email. We ran the last of the provisional ballots that we had today. We have finalized our results. We've audited 50 different ballots, and we've confirmed they all conform and that they all have the correct markings and votes cast. We had right now we have 5,971 registered voters. We had a total votes cast of 5,231, with a voter turnout of 87.61%. And we have submitted our final results to the state of Utah. And I sent out an email earlier that had all of our official results. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Did you say, what was the percentage again? 87?
87.61%.
That's good. That's good. Do I have a motion to accept the canvas?
So moved, Mary.
Okay, and motion by Greg Halliday, seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion. Okay, all in favor of accepting the canvas of the 2020 election?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Passes unanimously. We will take a 5-minute recess.
Mary,
Thanks, you guys.
really quickly, this is Mallory. I'm going to send that out via Hello Sign. And just to reiterate, we have to have it in by 5 o'clock with at least 4 signatures. So please look for something from Hello Sign in just a few minutes. And you'll just need to click and insert your signature. So please do that. And thank you.
Mallory?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Greg. I don't have the ability to do that, so you can use the signature I gave you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Greg.
You're welcome.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
5 minutes. See you in 5 minutes. If you're back, please turn on your camera so that I'll know who's here. Evan, Curtis, or Jalen, if you're here, would you turn on your camera so I'd know we need one more commissioner to start the meeting? Thank you, Curtis. We have a quorum. I will begin this meeting of the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District Administrator Control Board. The regular meeting. The time is 4:13. Present are Greg Halliday as commissioners, Greg Halliday, Evan Clapper, Gabriel Wojtek, Mary McGann, Curtis Wells. Jalen should be joining us shortly. We have our administrators, Chris Baird and Mallory Nassau and Mark Markham as the chief of the Thompson Springs Fire District. Okay, to begin with, are there any citizens to be heard? Does not appear as though there are any citizens to be approved. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Could I have
So
a
moved.
motion to approve
So
the
moved,
minutes?
Mary.
Okay, Evan Clapper made a motion to approve the minutes, seconded by Curtis Wells. Discussion? All in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. Ratification of payment of bills. Who has the bills in front of them?
I don't.
I looked for them earlier and I couldn't find them. Quinn, were they sent out?
They were sent out yesterday.
Huh, I didn't see them.
They weren't with everything else. So
I will resend them now. Hopefully I did not forget, and if so, that is on me. I'm sorry about that. This is Mallory.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my was unable. Did we have a motion? Evan?
I move the minutes or the bills until later in the meeting.
Okay, we will move ratification to make payment of bills. So Mark Markham, could we hear your report?
Mark, you're
All right, here I am, sorry. All right, on recent incidents, on October 25th, I had a camper trailer, pop-up camper trailer on I-70 catch fire, become fully engulfed. I was able to get there, put it out, and I was able to cancel wildfire so they didn't have to come all the way out to the 211. For training, on the 15th, I did a semi-tractor trailer fire safety strategy training. Tonight, I have EMS continuing medical education training, and then all day tomorrow, I have advanced cardiac life support training at the Moab Fire Department with Grand County EMS. The backup generator update, I was finally able to get 3 quotes, so I'll be working through those in the next day or two, and hopefully make a decision within the next day or two as to who we're going to go with for that backup generator, which is pretty important with the winter coming. The Utah Fire Assistance Grant Reimbursement request I'm working on. It's due at the end of this month, but I hope to have that done by the end of this week and sent in and get that money reimbursed. And then lastly, this weekend, I'll also be checking the fire hydrants in Thompson with the Water District Water Master. And that's it.
Thank you. Questions? We now have, the bills are here. The total bills are $2,885.20. Bills and payroll, $3,418.54. Do I have a motion to ratify those bills?
I'll move to approve the bills as stated by the chair.
Thank you. Gabriel Wojtek made the motion. Do I have a second? Curtis Wells. We will have a roll call vote. Gabriel Wojtek,
Aye.
Jalen Hawks,
Yes.
Evan Clapper,
Yes.
Curtis Wells,
Aye.
Mary McGann, yes. Greg Halliday,
Aye.
thank you. Motion passes unanimously. No new business. There isn't any old business. Future considerations. No public hearing, no closed session. I will adjourn this meeting of the Thompson Springs Fire Department. The time is 4:18.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our Grand County Commissioners regular meeting. Present, Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Curtis Wells, Evan Clapper, Jalen Hawks, Gabriel Wojtek. We are Clerk Auditor Quinn Hall, Assistant County Administrator and Assistant Chris Baird and Mallory Nassau, Renee Baker, and Christina Sloan, our County Attorney. First order of business is citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens to be heard? Mallory, do we have anyone in the waiting room?
There's nobody in the waiting room, so if you are a citizen to be heard, speak up. If you're on a phone, you may have to dial, you'll probably have to dial *6 to unmute yourself.
No citizens to be, it doesn't appear as though there's any citizens to be heard. We will once again do citizens to be heard at 6 o'clock. We are at presentations and possible action items. Update from Southeastern Utah Health Department in Grand County, COVID-19. Brady, welcome back.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Sometimes I wonder what there is new to share, but I'll pass along a few things that are changing. Grand County's been interesting. We kind of see these little waves of infection come in, then we'll have a little break, and kind of in a little bit of a bump right now. We're dealing with, I would not say a lack of ability to test, but we and the hospital had begun to rely on a rapid testing stream that we had a fairly good supply of, and that has become a little bit more constricted, which is frustrating to us and frustrating to people looking for quick results. We do hope to have that restored, but it will probably be a few weeks before that happens. And so in the meantime, our testing capacity for rapids will have to be fairly restrictive there, and kind of get our higher risk cases, focus on our schools as well. but we do expect that we'll have a little bit of relief there within a couple of weeks. We contact tracing. We are still amongst, well, maybe the last one to be doing contact tracing in the state. I'm not totally sure about that, but I know that most are just trying to deal with their influx of cases and get those investigations done. We are kind of maxed out. We did hire another 4 contact tracers and trained them yesterday. Nevertheless, this is for your information and the public. There are instances, certain days when we may not get to everybody, contact everybody within the 24 hours that we have that as a goal. And even with some of those cases, we are asking certain individuals to do some of the contact tracing for us, just because of the caseload we have on certain days. And so when we do that, we kind of rank, so to speak, individuals on their potential risk and their potential contacts, and focus on those that will be higher risk. And once again, that is something that other health departments have implemented as well. We are making adjustments to quarantine and isolation as well. Well, not so much isolation. If you're a positive case, you're still asked to isolate for 10 days. Quarantine, though, will primarily be focused on the first 7 days after exposure, and whether or not people remain asymptomatic at that point. There may be messages coming out, not only from a local level, but a statewide level on that. We have found that as we potentially make a quarantine, a 7-day quarantine, as long as they're asymptomatic, we get a lot better compliance than a 14-day quarantine. And once again, we generally expect that the vast majority, well over 90% of individuals will develop symptoms before day 7 if they are going to do that. So kind of a calculated adjustment in how we're going to proceed there, to both protect public health, but also loosen a little bit of some of those restrictive elements to allow people to continue to work and be doing the things they need to, as long as they are properly taking proper measures personally. So that's kind of the quick and dirty update. I'm wondering what questions you have.
Questions? We're at 20% now, correct?
Yes, the update from yesterday
Came up quite a bit.
That's been an interesting thing to see. It was kind of hovering around the 13-14% range, then it dipped down to 4 or 5 and then jumped back up. It's been just kind of really interesting to follow that trend down there.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah, Brady, you said that other health departments are no longer doing the contact tracing. Did I hear you correct?
Yeah, for example, in Utah County, Salt Lake County, even Bear River, Logan area, when they're getting hundreds of cases per day, they're doing their best just to contact that person and tell them they're positive. It's not a lack of effort on their part, just a matter of the numbers are just so high right now. They can't get to. By the time they would get to them, basically everybody would be through their quarantine period. So.
And do you feel that where we are now, that the contact tracing is making a difference? That it seems to me from afar, not being neck deep in it every day, that was a good thing, and that it was productive at reaching some of these goals.
Yeah, it still is making a difference. You do reach a point when a disease is so prevalent that it loses its potency, just because there is so much going on in the community. We're not at that point yet, so we do still see value. There's a lot of value in removing the case itself, and then you know, the further away you get from that case, you kind of lose a little bit of value each layer. So household contacts, we know keeping them in you know, in quarantine for at least 7 to 10 days. There's a lot of value there as well. So we still think it is still being very effective in our communities, but we do see a point where it's no longer doing the good that we would hope, and that's probably still a ways away for us, but we will eventually.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame that you're already having to enter some of this triage where you have to pick and choose who's getting the attention. But if I appreciate the contact tracing, it seems like that's a good effort. So, you know, as long as that's being effective, I'd like to see it continue. So thanks for keeping that up.
Greg?
Yeah, Brady, are we still seeing most of these additional cases coming as a result of friends and family visiting?
So we classify them as household exposures, and that may be someone, you know, that you're living with every day, or it may be that someone came and was with you for enough time to say, yeah, they were living in the house for a day. And yes, that is still the case. Those longer term exposures that happen in a household setting, even if they're not your son or daughter or mom or dad, you know, whatever it is, that's how it's being transmitted. More than half our cases are that way.
Okay, thank you.
Gabriel?
Has the health department offered an official recommendation as far as Thanksgiving goes? I mean, folks are going to gather, and you know, to some degree, that's a sort of a willing risk that people will take, is, you know, to be realistic about it. But I guess I just wonder particularly about not necessarily the spread that might occur in those family gatherings, but you know, when people go back to work after gathering for Thanksgiving, and then how that might compound. So I'm not, you know, that's, I guess, I don't know if there's something that material that you all put out to, you know, just try to give people some guidance on that. I'm sure, you know, everywhere there's information everywhere out there, but you know.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, you know, and we do recognize that even with kind of these requests coming down from the governor's office and such to maintain household, you know, keep your gatherings within your own household. There will be gatherings that involve multiple households. If that happens, we would really want people to be vigilant about just those basic things: social distancing, mask use, and removing themselves from public gatherings as much as they can for at least 10 days, probably. So if you can not go to the store as much, if you can just hang out at home as much as possible, that would be a great benefit, because we will expect to see an increase in cases the week after Thanksgiving. But we haven't yet come up with anything official for publishing for the community. We're kind of hoping to work in conjunction with any messaging that comes down from the governor's office as we anticipate kind of adjustments to the order that's in place at that level. But it's a good idea.
Anyone else? Thank you. Thank you, Brady. We are to adopting the joint Public Health Order 2020-09 GC, which amends and restates 2020-08 GC to integrate restrictions contained within the Governor's Executive Order 2020-74 and add special events restrictions. Brady Bradford and Christina Sloan.
Brady, do you want me to lead that or you?
Yeah, I want you to lead it.
Okay, had a feeling. I propose these orders, or this updated order, to make our local county order more consistent with the executive order that the governor signed, of course, on November 8th. And at the same time, the Utah State Department of Health issued a statewide order that was similar in duration and terms. And there is some stuff in there that is more restrictive than what our county order did, and also worded well. And so some of these changes are more substantive than others. I do think we should just go through them all together. I will say off the top, this does not include the social gathering information. One, because that aspect of the governor's action is expected to expire, and I haven't heard information that we're expecting the social gathering restriction to be extended long-term. But also from a county perspective, that is a really hard one to enforce. And I'd really rather us focus on where we can enforce restrictions. We did update these initial recitals to be more consistent with the information, the data that's cited by the state and being relied upon by the state. Section 1 did not change. Section 2 was updated only to incorporate the new Utah Transmission Index guidelines. And of course, right now we're in high risk. Section 3, this is a new section, definitions, and this is consistent with the state orders. Section 4 are the restrictions, and we revised, we had the meat of this already in terms of we already had a face mask mandate, and we had some other additional restrictions, but this is more consistent with what the state has required. And each of these sections is different. In Section A, this is going to apply to individuals outside of businesses and outside of special events, which are of course specifically addressed in these other sections. So Section 4A and B are included in the state orders, but Section 4C is new. So keeping that in mind off the top. One thing that I want to point out is that in businesses, this of course requires each employee, manager, contractor to wear a face mask while at work, even if they are more than 6 feet away from someone. So that is a clarification that is consistent with the state order. There are exceptions to that, and that's in a later section. It also requires, for the first time, patrons, the businesses to require patrons to wear masks. That's consistent with the state order, but was not in our other order. And then 4C is where I think we probably want to focus our attention, because this is new. This is not included in the state orders. This is something that the state considers if there's a COVID plan in place that's sufficient. And so that's all they're requiring for special events. And mostly it's an area they're just not giving us much guidance on at all. But what we've seen locally is that's not enough, that we are having enormous special events still, up to 3,000 people in the last month in one event in Grand County. You know, the high risk transmission determination has not cooled off our special events, and we don't actually have the capacity to keep them safe. And we've had real-time experiences where the organizers are not willing to enforce their own COVID-19 plan. We're overhauling our special event system right now, our application system. And so we're going to get ahead of that, and we're going to have much more clear restrictions in our special event process. And that's something the commission is going to have in front of them by year's end, hopefully. But I think it creates a lot of meat and sort of, you know, enforcement support to include it in the order, makes it clear for everyone. One thing that's interesting here is in a couple of places we have, and this was workshopped, by the way, with Chris Baird in the administrator's office, with Elaine, with OSTA staff. I'm probably forgetting someone. So this was workshopped in advance by multiple people in the county. And we have split up a couple of things based on the risk level. And so you'll see this is 4C5, Roman numeral 5 and Roman numeral 6. Alcoholic beverages, we're proposing to restrict the sale of all liquor, wine, and beer when Grand County is in the high risk level. And then restrict only the sale of liquor when we're in the moderate risk. So you could still do beer and wine. And there's a few reasons for this. One, obviously, when you're drinking, you're removing your mask to drink. And there's also somewhat of a loophole of what does actively drinking mean and what mask use is required. Obviously, the more alcohol you have, the sloppier you're going to get with your mask and your own mask wearing, but also with that social distancing. And then the third one, which is probably the most important to us, is that once you start drinking, you are more likely to see disorderly contact and belligerent activity and behaviors. And we've already had numerous instances, not just at businesses, but also in our own special events, and aggression directed at our own county staff. And so we feel like this is an important component to keep everyone safe. I will say, at least as to OSTA, the sale of alcoholic beverages really helps a lot of events make or break it. So I do expect that to have some sort of a cooling effect, at least as to OSTA. I don't think that's true of our general special events in the county, though. And then Roman numeral 6 is size of the events. So when we're in a high risk level, we're proposing that there are no indoor events. Again, we've cited one person at an indoor event. This person was belligerent over 2 days. There were a lot more violations than this one person that got cited, but she was the most disorderly, the most belligerent, and it was repeated action over time. But we feel like, especially as to indoor events, that's something that's hard to keep safe. And then we would limit 250 participants per day in high risk for events located outside, and multiple events are many days long. So that's not a cap of 250 people per event, but it's per day. And then we have less restrictive numbers for the moderate risk level, but 500 participants inside per day, 1,000 participants per day for outside. Section 5 goes through the exceptions. These are almost identical to what we had before, but I did think the governor's order did this well. So I did adopt the language they used there, but it's nearly exactly the same. And then of course, section 6 are your exemptions. And we also had that in our other order, but we mashed the exceptions and the exemptions together. I don't think it was as clear. Section 6C is something we've talked a lot about. Businesses do have a legal obligation to provide reasonable accommodation to an employee with a medical condition. So for example, for the sake of the public, there's one employee at City Market who has a medical condition and exemption from MRH from wearing a face mask. And that business is obligated to provide that sort of accommodation to the employee. That does not extend to patrons. And so a business can and should prevent or restrict entry of a person with a medical condition who cannot wear a mask. That doesn't mean you can't accommodate that person in another way, but it also means that you have no obligation to allow that person to come into your business or not to ask them about it. So there are at least 3 businesses I'm aware of, and I'm doing some increased enforcement this week to send out letters and be in contact with these businesses that say, if you're not wearing a mask, we'll assume you have a medical condition and we won't ask you because that's a violation of HIPAA. And all that information is untrue and illegal. You do have the right to ask someone if they have a medical condition and what it is, and even to provide proof. So we are trying to get more information out about that, but there is a legal exemption for certain people. And then the last thing is section 7. We have extended this to March 2nd, 2021. That's our first meeting date in March, and it also gets us through the winter. Brady. Additions, comments?
I don't think I can sum that up.
Excuse me for 1 minute.
Yeah.
I want to make sure we need to have that signed and sent in 20 minutes. So if you haven't gone and signed the order, do so now.
I got it, Mary. It's got enough signatures on it. I signed it. Jana's got it. We'll upload it.
Oh, okay, never mind. I just wanted to make sure it got there. Thank you. Go ahead, Brady. I'm sorry.
I don't think I can sum it up any better than Christina just did. I do think it's wise to prepare people to be ready to wear their masks in all of these different settings through the winter. We expect that it will be implemented at a statewide level as well. Always, if something changes, we're certainly willing to go back and redress it. And even if, as we continue to look at and study the special event type situations, Certainly willing to take input there, but generally speaking, what we have found is that a well-run event doesn't pose a huge risk. There's a lot of offshoot, consequences of an event, of having people in town, certainly that are good, and some of them are potentially an increased risk situation. So it's worth acknowledging that it's easier to have a well-run event if we kind of reduce those numbers a little bit more. But that's not to say that any of these are a guarantee that it's going to be perfect, but it's a good place to start.
Thank you. Any questions?
So this is Chris Barrett. I just have one question, just to be sure we're all on the same page. So for the event size limitation, is that just for in total, regardless of where the participants are?
Correct.
But it's a question that we're going to get a lot in the administrator's office and also the special event committee. So, it's already been posed to me 3 times. If the participation is limited to 250 during high risk, does that include, if those 250, or if there are more than 250 spread out over like a race course that's, 100 miles? Or does it pertain to just one, specific location?
Yeah, I think that, my opinion is that the only, without us micromanaging every single event and spending a whole lot of staff time that we don't have on every single event, by creating a cap, it's the cleanest way to provide notice to these folks, because part of this, of course, our transmission levels can change. And so what this allows people to do, instead of us saying, hey, if we're in high risk, we reserve the right to cancel your event or change your terms at the last minute. This is providing a framework in which they can accept registrations up to our cap, and then they could accept contingent reservations above that, depending on what transmission level we're in. But it's a clean and clear way for us to manage the applications, to enforce the events, and not to spend a ton of staff time micromanaging. So I can appreciate that not every event is one size fits all, but I don't know how we do that, both from a approval standpoint, but also from an enforcement standpoint.
Yeah, I guess an example, and I discussed with the sponsor for would be the first large event, a running event, a marathon event in early January. They're proposing to do a phased start, 10 participants only at a time, and then requiring everybody else to stay in their car until it's their time to start the race. But there are more than 250 participants proposed. And so, we're fine with whatever the commission decides. I just want to be clear on what this means, and so that we can communicate effectively with everybody. I mean, 250 cap is going to probably preclude most of the events, just because it's not at a scale that they can make a profit.
Yeah.
So that's my question, is like, because there's 2 concepts kind of at play. One is limiting the total number of people in one place at one time. And then there's another concept of limiting the total number of people that might be in town at once. And so both have, arguments to be made for them.
Right. And I think that, with those outdoor running events, for example, and we get numerous of them, there are race crews and there are family members that come with them. And that's not just about people in town, but it's actually people staging these races and where they are, plus all the volunteers. So again, 250 participants in a race, even staged, is 1,000, 1,500 people associated with that in any one day. So for me, and this isn't a number that I actually made this number higher originally. And the feedback I got from the workshop group, and actually now I remember Jay Lynn was in on part of that as well, was let's lower that number, because it's clear from our, our law enforcement standpoint, our staffing standpoint, the county attorney legal review in advance, and why these things are going on. I've had numerous late nights till 10 p.m. because special events are blowing up, not doing what they're supposed to do, or weekends that I've spent 10 hours at a time on a special event over a weekend. And, it's a really hard thing. So 250 participants is actually a large number of people associated with an event.
Yeah, I think, the issue that we're talking about here, size of events and impacts, this isn't just like a noise or quality of life issue. I mean, this is really a health and safety thing. And I think the governor's been really clear that now's not the time to be like traveling to go run a marathon or like go have a little hoopla in the desert. I think that the governor is really asking people to stay home and limit it to essential travel. I've had people asking me why our hotels are still open at full capacity. And honestly, I don't have a good answer for that. I think this is a good place to start. I like that that it can change with the different levels of the risk, the different threats that are out there. I think it's perfectly appropriate to limit the total number of participants during a high risk time. And so with that, I would move to approve the Joint Public Health Order 2020-09 GC.
Motion by Evan Clapper. Do I have a second? Seconded by Gabriel Wojtek. Discussion.
Yes, I have a comment. And it's in the section 5 with the limitation on participants. I do want, I hear the argument for the marathons, the races. And I think these numbers look good, although I wondered if you did decrease them. They still look high to me, Christina. But anyway, that's fine. What I'm wondering about is the 500 participants for events located inside. I think we maybe should add language saying, provided you can guarantee 6 feet. I mean, if they don't even have the capacity to have proper social distancing, why would we say they can have 500 people? So that's my concern on that particular one. Outdoor events, to me, I do like the let 10 people at a time start, although if you've got 3,000 people in a race, that's not going to work. So I think we've done the best we can, but if we could add language to the effect of proper social distancing on the inside, I think it would be terrific.
Well, and we will do all that as part of the special events overhaul we're doing that we'll be presenting to you. So there'll be a lot more restrictions than this actually, and sort of how it all actually plays out and what materials the special events organizers see upon application versus this year, we were throwing it all at them after the fact, once they had already gotten their event approved, so.
Right. Okay.
And 500, just so you know, is this is my recollection from Angie at OSTA, is half of the bleacher capacity at OSTA. But of course, most OSTA events are not just in the bleachers, but all over. So she felt like that was a decent number for OSTA in the medium risk level.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right.
Any further questions or discussions?
Yeah, if I could just say, I see these much less as restrictions and just measures that, basic measures that need to be taken so that things can continue operating. And measures that hopefully when we get to the 2nd of March, there are event organizers that are able to continue their operations, if these measures are successful. So I guess I just wanted to say that, and thanks for all the hard work in drafting this and creating this document.
Yes, thank you. And it creates clarity for event organizers. So they're not, in that yo-yo place of wondering what's going to happen. So it is to help them and keep events going rather than to restrict them. I agree. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye or raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Curtis, are you with us? Okay, passes unanimously. Curtis Wells, are you there? So it appears like the commissioners that are present are Greg Halliday, Mary McGann, Evan Clapper, Jalen Hawks, and Gabriel Wojtek. Thank you. Thank you, Brady. We will move to approval of minutes for October 30th, 2020 and November 4th, 2020. Do I have a motion?
You have a motion.
Okay, motion by Jalen Hawks. Do I have a second? Seconded by Evan Clapper. Do we have any discussion?
I just wanted to discuss that I'm real nervous about Jalen not editing our minutes.
I am too.
I'll even second that, Evan. I'm nervous about it myself.
I'm starting to read them a little closer and really look for like grammatical issues and not just content. So I'm getting there.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
I have to say that Quinn and his office are doing a great job, and Tara and everybody that does minutes, they are so much better than I've
It's
ever
true.
seen.
It's much easier to remember like what happened a day or two ago when they come out quick than to try to remember months ago.
Yeah.
And I think the citizens are happy about it too.
Yeah,
So
thanks
thank you,
for making
Quinn.
the editing easier, Quinn and team.
Yes.
All right, I digress.
So we have a motion. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Ratification of payment of bills. Let me see if I can get them again.
I know Mallory just sent these out again, so they should be there.
I'll have a go.
Okay, I'm not finding them. Go, Gabriel. Was that Gabriel?
Yep, Grand County bills to be approved for November 17th, 2020. Total bills in the amount of $495,544.20. Total payroll in the amount of $236,039.55. And total bills and payroll combined in the amount of $731,583.75.
Motion by Gabriel Wojtek. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Greg Halliday. Discussion. Okay, we will have roll call vote. Gabriel Wojtek.
Aye.
Jalen Hawks. Yes? Yes. Evan Clapper.
Yes.
Greg Halliday.
Aye.
Mary McGann, yes. Curtis, are you there? Passes unanimously. We are to disclosures. Do we have any disclosures on our agenda today? Okay. We have commission reports and future considerations. Gabriel.
Real briefly, on the 12th, last Thursday, I had back-to-back meetings for Grand Water Sewer and Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District. As far as we're going over tentative budgets on both meetings. And for Canyonlands Healthcare, I just wanted to say they're having a hard time finding nurses, especially locally. And so if any of y'all know anyone that wants to come to Moab and work at a great place, they're really needing nurses and get that place staffed. And then there was a lake report, November 12th. Ken's Lake showed 368 acre feet, and year-to-date precipitation is at 85% of average. The most recent storms were unfortunately a little underwhelming, but we're hoping for snow. And actually, one more thing I just wanted to mention, just as a public service announcement, that for an alternative for Thanksgiving, for people to have a real Thanksgiving meal, is that many might be aware that Wabi Sabi is doing pickup meals that are being prepared by Sweet Cravings. And so that you don't have to, maybe if you're maintaining Thanksgiving within your own small household and you don't want to cook a big meal for that household, you can get a plate through Wabi Sabi. And I think that that's a great service. So glad that they're offering that. So people should take advantage of it.
Thank you. Jaylyn?
Yes, thank you. Had a couple of AOG meetings, or meetings that operate under the umbrella of AOG. The first one was a meeting for the Association of Local Governments wanted to discuss the possibility of them becoming an entity that's eligible to receive direct legislative appropriations. We had a couple of people from the legislature on the call. Well, actually, we had a good number of people. Two of our representatives, Representative Albrecht and Watkins, and then they had some people from the financial office to say how that would work. And it turns out that would probably be way more hassle than it's worth. And their recommendation was to go ahead and buddy up with an entity that is already eligible to receive direct legislative appropriations. And AOG has several groups that they work with like that. So that's the direction they'll go. And the second meeting was a meeting for the Community and Economic Development Plan that they have to update every year to make sure the goals for our region are still relevant. So we went over those, and I went to the legislative workshop yesterday, which I thought was very useful. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Evan?
Yeah, the cemetery board held their or approved a tentative budget that will have a hearing coming up next month. So they're working along. They are also looking to fill a board vacancy at the turn of the year. So if you know anyone who is interested in getting on board at the cemetery, it's highly functioning. They're pretty quick and painless meetings, and it's a good way to kind of be involved in the community. Met with the library board. They are continuing to offer their curbside service. It's very popular. They're still doing the 30-minute appointments if you want to be inside the lobby library. Visitors from outside the community can still use the library services. They're kind of complaining, a lot of the Zoom town folks who are, coming to our community from elsewhere and trying to put in 8-hour work days are upset that they're limited to 30 minutes. But that's just kind of something to be figured out in the future. The library's had the biggest Wi-Fi use ever, something like 3 terabytes or something. But the staff's doing pretty well. It's staying safe, and there's currently 1 staff quarantining, but no big outbreaks within the library. The Candid Foundation, which is has the Center for Funding Information Network, the FIN. It's a good resource for a lot of nonprofits and folks who are looking for grants. Currently, there's a physical housing at the USU campus, and with the transitions that they're going through, there's some conversations about moving that back to the library. It does take a little bit of staff hours to be able to facilitate the use of that, but so that's TBD. But there's big support throughout the community through it, so I don't think it'll be hard to figure out. EMS, the Emergency Medical Special Service District, is moving along with their building. We reviewed their budget, approved a tentative budget, which will also have a hearing here shortly. And one of the things that I thought was interesting in there, which I wanted to bring to the county's attention, is they are budgeting for hiring their own emergency manager. As you know, we currently have a position in the county as an emergency manager. So when the EMS was under the county umbrella, they took advantage of that position. They're feeling like they need to address their needs and concerns a little more directly. And so it's kind of something that often comes up in the Valley, of double dipping and having redundant positions across different entities, whether that's the county and the city or other special service districts. And so it just kind of blipped up on my radar that there is another emergency manager potentially coming on board within the Valley. Another question that I had was about board appointments. They're just, the EMS board is looking to try to continue operations as seamlessly as possible. And with terms expiring at the end of the year, there was concerns about how quickly we would appoint representatives to that board so that they could continue to function in their capacity. And so I know usually we do those as a big lump sum, or, you know, all the appointments early in the year, but it might be worth considering some quick, some before the end of the year appointments to not have any lag in that. So if there's similar concerns on any of the boards that anyone else is serving on, I wouldn't mind having some appointments before the end of the year to take place, you know, day one, so that there's of next year, so there's not a lag there. I'm just going to keep going because we got a short agenda. Trail mix, as you know, is open the park. The Bill Groff Memorial Park Robin Groff is super popular. I haven't seen that place empty yet. And the Eagle Eye Trail is up in Sand Flats, and that's open and seems to be really popular as well. Judging by Strava, there's been a fair amount of traffic on it. I did get to ride it with the family this weekend, and there's some beautiful views of Rhino Horn and Elvis's Hammer and some of those ET towers up there. And it ties into Falcon Flow nice, and it's a great addition to the county's trail offerings. So kudos to the folks involved in that for many, many years to bring that to fruition. And now that that's done, we'll be eligible for some of those grant reimbursements. So there should be about $40,000 coming back to the county to go to that active trails and transportation. So thanks to the whole team for planning, visioning, implementing, and getting it done. I think that's all I got. I'll stop.
Thank you, Evan. Greg?
Yes. Yeah, it was a little bit busy. The Conservation District was canceled, so I did not attend that. I did attend the Transportation District. That was on the 10th of November. Went through a lot of business there. They looked at their 2021 budget and got a basic look at that. So they will be going on with their budget, have a public hearing and all the things connected with that. Looking at they also looked at their meeting schedule for next year. Other than that, it's a little quiet right now. The next thing I attended was the Thompson Water Board. Thompson Water Board, they're looking to upgrade a number of systems as well as increase the fees on fees for water. Currently, the springs are running at approximately 150 gallons a minute. Well, no, around 100 gallons a minute. That's with their springs up there. Things are going along pretty good. Rather than put in a propane heater for the secretary, they're going to look at upgrading the electrical system on the building so that she can plug in an electric heater, which would be a lot simpler. And other than that, everything is going good up at Thompson. The last thing was the Historic Preservation Committee, and I was not able to attend that because of a medical appointment with my wife. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Curtis?
Yeah, let me get my notes here. I got a call from UDOT to kind of go over what they were, kind of a follow-up from them from the hotspot proposal that we had sent to them. And essentially, I think it's a big win. They agreed on the parking project proposed, which is 188 stalls at 5.4 million. Public transit pilot at 1.5 million. And the Spanish Valley multi-use pathway, they ended up at, I wanted to say 2.6 million, which isn't the entire thing. But it gets a good portion of it funded and developed, and especially for the new affordable housing development that's going up right there on Spanish Valley Drive. And so we're planning to kind of co-present those three projects to the Transportation Commission on December 11th. And they'd mentioned that if we were in agreement with that proposal, that they anticipated it would go well. So I think that's, yeah, good news. And, you know, I think really good for the county that we got involved there. We've discussed that quite a bit. No need to kind of go over that again. And we're able to kind of get that process turned around, get a better return for that money. Also, the Spanish Valley multi-use pathway being a county project, it's great to see that that was included. And so looking forward to presenting to the Transportation Commission on December 11th.
May I interrupt you for a minute? Just a second or two. It's too bad. I don't know if UDOT ever went out while they were here, if they were here in town, but if any of you want to generate a little bit of excitement in yourselves for the multi-use path, you should drive out here to Arroyo Crossing. It is beautiful. They've got the path paved right now. And, you know, the road's not marked, the path isn't marked, but the path is paved and it is fantastic. I'm very excited for this to go in.
Thank you. One of the things that I didn't add was that the aesthetics for the downtown parking at 6% is $324,000. You know, I didn't sense it so much on the county side, but the city council, I think it's fair to say, was kind of struggling a bit. They had higher ambitions for landscaping and aesthetics, and it just, you know, really wasn't in the cards for this program. And the 6% for aesthetics, you know, UDOT communicated was above and beyond what they typically do. And so I'm hoping that the city council, and Commissioner Clapper mentioned this at our joint meeting, that, you know, there's quite a bit of opportunity, you know, for local government to continue to improve the aesthetics and the landscaping components of this downtown parking project. And I think those are a lot of conversations that I encourage members of the commission to be involved in when it comes to the design process. And maybe that's something, you know, we can talk to some city council members about, as far as, hey, maybe let's have a committee, if they'd be open to it, kind of contribute to that design process, so that, you know, that the leadership that's been really engaged in this can kind of stay involved in that. And UDOT did mention that they would be willing to offer, they have some financing options that they would be willing to propose for the city to, you know, essentially finance some landscaping and additional aesthetics at a low interest rate. And so they are trying to be, you know, provide solutions for the community that really desire that kind of urban design element of that. But I think it's a big win. I feel relieved, you know, that we're this close to the finish line on it, and just, you know, thank you to everyone that's contributed to that process. And I think that's really all I have to report on. You know, kind of in a somewhat related note, I mentioned to some of you casually, I was added to the governor-elect's transition team a few days ago, and I've started that process with that team, focusing on rural policy. And I'm trying to, you know, arrange good dialogue with local leadership so that everyone feels like they can plug in to that process, you know, with me. And the governor-elect has asked, he wants big ideas, and they're looking at serious reforms, you know, at the state government level and agencies. And so TRT reform is certainly, you know, on the list. And, you know, I'm working with a pretty diverse group of policy folks, and I'm the only Southeastern Utah, and I think the only Eastern Utah. And so it is interesting to see, you know, be able to compare and contrast priorities and perspectives with these other folks. But I want everyone to just feel welcome to, you know, send me an email or give me a call and let me know, you know, what they'd like to see as a priority. And I'd still like to set up, you know, maybe some private meetings to give folks an opportunity to weigh in on that. And at this point, that's all I have. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Curtis. And thank you for offering to let us visit with you and talk to you about the priorities. I don't know how many of you watched Governor Cox's acceptance speech on Tuesday night. If you haven't, I highly recommend you go and listen to what he said. I was very excited. If he follows through on his desire to really start looking at the intergenerational poverty, the lack of resources for our, you know, vulnerable population. It was a very nice speech and very hopeful. So if you can just go to YouTube and look it up, it's only about 7 minutes, but I would really recommend everybody do that. It was excellent. And I'm excited that you're on the team, Curtis. I think that's going to be very helpful. And I also want to thank you for the hot spot, you and Evan and Jaylyn for working on that. I'm very happy with the product that you came up with, and very excited about the trail. So thank you. I attended the CARES Act allocation meeting. It was interesting. We've got a process. We will be looking at applications and then sending out those CARE Act funds quite soon. I think should be able to do something by the end of this month. I went to the Travel Council meeting and answered a lot of questions about our resolution. I felt at the end of the meeting that people were accepting of it and in fact quite excited and thought that they were already doing it and looking forward to it. I went to the event permitting process requirements for the high, middle, and low, and Christina went through that. It was a very good meeting, and I think a good product came out of it. And then, of course, our priority legislation meeting that we had today was productive and exciting. I was unable to attend the Housing Task Force. I think I was double booked. So that's my report. Thank you. So interesting how it gets dark so early now. Okay, we have elected official reports. Quinn? Christina, do you have anything? Christina, Quinn?
We read the election. Well, Christine, you want to go? You want me to go?
You go.
We wrapped up the election. Everything went well. If it wasn't for Jana and Renee, we couldn't have done it. So thanks to them. We had good turnout. It's all wrapped up. It's off to the state now. If anyone has any questions, happy to answer them. Other than that, we're back to business as usual in the clerk's office.
Thank you, Quinn. Christina?
Yeah, I do want to give an update on COVID-related enforcement complaint procedure. I've gotten a lot of questions about this since the governor issued his executive order and the Utah Department of Health issued their statewide health order on November 8 and 9. We were able, I worked with Orion Rogers mostly, but with the health department in general and also with the city in creating a 20-page press release that we were able to push out on the 10th, so pretty quickly for businesses and all individuals, but it did go to the Chamber of Commerce and all their members. It went to our huge business list through the Travel Council. It also went to the health department's permit list as well, that provided a summary of the statewide requirements. The county requirements included copies of all relevant law and orders, and also discussed this new labor commission process, which I'm going to get into. It included signage for businesses. And I do think that, so we pushed that out on the 10th, it's been a week. I do think that I've had slightly less complaints from citizens about mask violations in town. I talked with Orion today and he thinks the same. I've also gotten some good feedback from some people who have continued to complain against the same businesses who said, hey, I went into this business today and actually had masks on. So as expected, I do think the statewide order has provided an increased level of seriousness to the issue, in addition with our high risk transmission level. So that's all great to see, but I'm still getting a lot of questions about, but how can I file complaints? And people are calling the police department and the sheriff's office and getting frustrated with responses out of those agencies. We're going to have, we do have an additional information on the county and the city websites, but people are still confused. So we're continuing to work on those. And I think we'll get that revised again by the end of the week. But here's the process. So as of last week, the Utah Labor Commission created a new complaint portal for people to file complaints against Utah businesses for not wearing masks. And they did this under an emergency administrative rule that they passed on November 9th. And that rule is effective for 120 days unless amended or extended. And if you go to the Utah Commission website, and that website link is on our website, it's on, as far as I know, the Health District's website. And we're also creating a new complaint form and it's going to be linked directly there as well. But you can file an online complaint or a written complaint form that you can email, fax, or mail. I did talk with the deputy director at the Labor Commission who promised me that they would investigate every COVID-related violation and complaint that they got from citizens. Now, That was last Monday, and I've heard that statewide they have been completely inundated with many thousands of complaints. So we'll see how it really plays out, but I do want to give them a little bit of time. By policy, they have 45 days to investigate complaints. The deputy director told me that their goal is 2 to 3 weeks. He said most of these are pretty cut and dry. And even in Grand County, they have boots on the ground all the time. It's the same division. It's the Occupational Safety and Health Division. They're down here all the time inspecting businesses and construction sites. So it's those same folks who would follow up on these complaints. So right now, I have an agreement with law enforcement that we're going to defer to the state administrative process through the Labor Commission and see where that goes. And so I encourage people to first file a complaint there. However, I'm continuing to collect complaints for future enforcement purposes. And so Mallory, with her genius and all her Google Forms, has created an online witness statement form that's easier to work with than just our law enforcement form that you can download in a PDF. And so that should be live very soon. We've worked through that. We're working with the city on mirroring exact language on both websites, so there's consistency of our message. So yes, continue to file complaints, folks, but do it administratively. Do not call the police department. Do not call the sheriff's office. Do it through the Labor Commission. Do it through the county and city's online complaint portal. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see, looks like Christopher is not with it here. I believe that's all of our elected officials. This is the county, the commission administrators report. So Chris Baird and Mallory Nassau.
Thanks, Mary. So most of the stuff I've been working on, we'll have already discussed, the budgeting or COVID-related mitigation and health orders, busy working on that. Unfortunately, COVID's also, caused some issues with county's operations, either because employees have tested positive or are in quarantine. So I've had to do some juggling around with employees, moving them a little bit from one department to another to try to keep things running. It's kind of another element of COVID, that once it starts becoming more prevalent, that we'll have to deal with, and hopefully it won't get too bad. And also later on, we'll discuss it more, but there's some further complications in our fee schedule that we'll have to discuss related to how we want to deal with fees associated with COVID mitigation, et cetera. But we'll talk about that when we get to that point on the agenda. But in general, I'd say, even though things are really busy and a little bit chaotic, they're going well. And so I'll just pass the time over to Mallory to give her update.
Okay, I will be quick. I think between Chris and Christina, most of my stuff has been covered. We are working on the COVID complaint witness statement form. And what I started to do today was on our website, we've had a little COVID-19 task force tab. And that has been incredibly outdated. And so I'm going in and just changing that to COVID-19 information and getting rid of some of the stuff that's outdated and trying to make sure that that is an updated place the community can go for information and maybe more focused on things as they're coming out instead of, more of a historical log of things. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but the county, myself, and Lisa Church from the city, we do the Moab COVID-19 update Facebook page. So we're continuing to do that, but I mention that just because I want to give credit to Lisa, who actually helps me with that. It was not something that the city was initially in charge of doing, and she has helped me tremendously and continues to be a huge assistance for me with all of the COVID stuff in terms of messaging, just even editing. So a shout out to the city and Lisa for that. The fee schedule, we're going to get to that tonight in our public hearing. And to follow up on something with Evan that he mentioned in the last meeting, we did talk and come up with kind of a plan and a rough format for facilitating some workshops. And I am going to participate in their next virtual workshop and get some ideas to kind of further solidify our plan. And that is this week on the 19th. And then Evan and I are going to talk a little more, and we're plugging in pieces to 4 main kind of overarching categories to help with the structuring. So in the next week or 2, you should expect to see more to come in terms of when workshops will be going forward and participation. But I think that is all that I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we are at department reports. Berlin, the Grant Center Annual Report 2000.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in 2019, we had 120 events at the center, and we brought in $9,037 in revenue, which we lost a few of our events, normal events, to the hoodoo. And for congregate meals, we did 11,534 with 184 unduplicated seniors. Home delivered meals was 15,873 with 116 unduplicated. Our transportation was 25,890 one-way trips with 28 unduplicated. We had 112 unduplicated people doing different activities, exercise, cards, crafts, table tennis, art class, and quilting. And we helped 38 people with Medicare issues and signing up during open enrollment. And then we had a trip of to Ogden to Xinyu. It's a Chinese dance, and there was 10 that went. And that's it.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Thank you for all your hard work and how you stepped up to help people during these difficult COVID times. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
We are to the UMPRA annual report. Russ.
Just a moment here. I'll bring up my PowerPoint. Let's see. Oops. No. Share my screen. Okay, can you see that now?
Nope.
No, you cannot see my PowerPoint? All right, let me try again. Sorry. Now?
No.
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 Okay.
So, hey, Russ, are
Yes.
you clicking on the share screen and then clicking on the screen that you're trying to share?
Which should be the sequence?
So click on the share screen button.
Okay. I have to take the PowerPoint off, right? Take that.
No, leave it on.
Put that in the, leave it on. Okay.
Leave it on.
But I have to get, all right.
And then click share screen, and then choose the screen you want to share. But it has to be up first, or you won't be able to.
Okay. That's not choosing the screen to share. I can see that now. I didn't notice that. Okay. Now can you see it?
No.
We do have the PowerPoint in our packet.
Maybe I'll bring it up and share my screen.
Sorry, I've done this before. It's worked. I'm not sure.
All right. We can just do it this way, Russ, and I'll scroll for you if you want.
Okay, let me just go to, you cannot share the screen while the other participant is sharing. Okay.
You can try it again. So there you go. Try it again.
All right. Screen's up. Now click
Share screen.
the share screen. Sorry, it's taking, now pick the screen and share. There?
All right.
Okay. All right. Sorry. All right. I know you've already had a long day, so, and has more to come. So I'll try to go through this really quickly. And just to, first, very similar in general to last year's presentation about this time. And I'll be doing the UMTRA annual report as well as for the oil and gas. So let's see. And how do I make everyone else kind of get smaller? Well, I'll work it through. Okay, sorry. All right, so first screen here, just this is a view of the southern part of the tailings project area. Two things to point out here. First is the debris pile that's been there for many years, mixed tailings and debris, that is disappearing, and the contractor who's doing the dirt moving and removing the tailings, they have committed to moving the rest of this by the end of this year, which is great. And also just to see the view of the tailings in the background. And remember that not that long ago, this was all what you see here was a huge, enormous pile. And now we're working on the back side of the pile and bringing that down. And that is opening up the view. So I'm going to move on to the next screen, our highlights here. Continuing to work with COVID restrictions, doing very well with that. Continuing 4 trains a week to Crescent Junction during 2020. Shipments from January through October averaged 76,200 per month. They've recently added 3 additional rail cars, and that's giving them about 10% additional carrying capacity now. In October, they had removed about 68% of the estimated 16 million tons of tailings, 11 million tons total transported, 1,500 days without a lost time incident. So today I'm going to look at just more of what's happening more recently. They've been operating on the northwest part of the project area. This first picture shows the lidding area where the containers had lids removed and put on as they go back and forth. And you can see generally most of the pile we would have seen in that area is gone now. They're working now right up around the a few weeks ago, right up, removing tailings right up to their haul road, which is kind of getting down as much rid of as they possibly can right at this time. And then they've been building up a whole new series of conditioning beds along the Potash Highway, and just finished removing some older ones that are farther away. In this picture, you can see how now you can see the entirety of the Marriott hotels, and you can see the highway bridge, and you can even see the river, which is great. They're continuing every week. They have this goes on and off at over the setting of each week time shift. Their dozers are they're moving the material off of the face of the pile down to where the excavators can load on to the trucks and take it over to the conditioning beds. And they will continue doing that and be further reducing the pile from the northern end towards the southern end. They're going to leave pile at the southern end as a big stormwater catchment until nearly the end of the project. Going on to the budget, had $45 million the last 2 years, which has enabled the additional 2 trains per week. That's expected to continue in FY21. Right now, the project is operating under a continuing resolution at the $45 million level. The president's budget level is for 47 or so. So that is good news. Continue as it geared up, adding more tailings moved each year. And this is just a long-term progress, huge number of tons moved into 200,000 per month during the ARA, and then the budget fell off. And into more recent times, 2019 started getting up, and into 2020, it's kept up at that level. And that's great. This is a chart that's been around for a long time, and it's not been updated. The project has not officially changed when they have projected the actual removal of all the tailings. You can see here the upper bar, that's looking like projected on this chart. It might be 2022, 23. But now that they've been consistently able to move 1 million tons per year from October to October, last 2 years now, that the project director is talking about this could happen sooner. And they're working now to have a new contract, the remedial action contract, that a renewal of that, or advertising it for an existing competitive process that would be a completion contract that would go through the end of the removal of the tailings. And that contract for September of 2021 would start with incentives for the contractor, financial incentives to move it more quickly. So we could see what happens. It could be done at the rate they're going with 5 million tons of tailings estimated to still be removed. We could be done with that part of the project in 5 years. And that would then take us into the, still have a couple of years of additional remediation work, doing the demobilization of infrastructure and project equipment, all that. That will take several years, but that's great to know. I think that it's now looking possible that this is going to be completed in a sooner than we had been thinking and has been considered in the fairly recent past. So that's great news, I think. This is the radiation levels, dosages chart you've seen in the past. The big point here is that the doses are all well within the very conservative allowable dosage limits, and that they're higher right around the project area, and they move away and drop off considerably any distance from the project towards town or north towards Arches or down the river. And another part that's considered about this table, particularly when you hear anything about dosage levels coming from the project, that is for an individual who would stay at that location the entire year. And we don't have anybody that does that, say, right here at the junction of 191 and 279. No one lives there and stays there all year long. Similar low levels, well within the allowable limits at Crescent Junction and the Thompson area. So this quick chart just showing the third quarter moving averages compared to the second quarter. 2 stations were up, only 2 near the pile, 15 were down, and 10 were the same. So that's good news. I think that's the best I've seen in a long time for dropping. The chart here shows that type of radiation. All the stations are very low, not much different from background, except the 129 station right at the northwest corner of the project, which is just you can see for years has been high, and it seems to vary pretty much directly with the amount of dirt being moved. high back in the ARA days, dropped down, funding was lower, more tailings are being moved, and it's come up again. And you can think of that in a way as that's being good news. Get the tailings moved more quickly, eliminate the hazard that we had, and any potential hazard from this site to the public by moving it all to this disposal cell in Crescent Junction. Groundwater, you can't see it. It's not dramatic to view, but it continues. These are the totals for the entire project period. Over 951,000 pounds of ammonia have been removed. Ammonia is the major contaminant that could get to the river as part of the processing of the tailings during the milling era. 5,300 pounds of uranium also extracted. All that comes out of the groundwater extraction wells, gets sprayed for dust control onto the project, and gets eventually hauled off to Crescent Junction with the rest of the tailings by the train. Going to go into now the oil and gas section of my report. Kind of a summary overall slide here. At Danish Flat, it continues to operate, but working far below capacity. At Harley Dome, the old Westwater Farms injection produced water disposal facility remains closed. And at the other site at Harley Dome is the helium plant, and that has renewed its operation as of April of this year. And I'll get into a little more detail on these in the next few slides. Just to this is the county monitoring fees from 2009 through 2020. The year high here was in 2012, $234,000 in fees at 10 cents a barrel to the county revenue. That went down to $3,000 received in 2019, and we're at like 1,100 so far here in 2020. So quite a large drop in fees related directly to the produced water coming into the facilities. Danish Flat is continuing to operate, and Westwater Farms no longer operational. Here's in the Danish Flats back in 2014. Here's a slide from Loose Shenton, and there actually was water in the ponds back then, but since I've been here, that's been rare, and it's generally related to rain and snow melt in the spring. Most of the year, the amount of produced water going into this very large facility evaporates, and there's just no water to speak of on the surface at the ponds. So we have eight ponds on the south side. One or two of them at the most get used. There's 6 additional big ponds up in the north side, and those were used very briefly, getting them started out, testing, that sort of thing. There's really not been any use of those ponds since they were constructed. Speak of, but we still have the production facilities. This is where they do the skimming off of the hydrocarbons, and the sands go down to the bottom. Hydrocarbons, the top skimmed off for sale is the idea, but the volumes have been so low that they have not sold any of those this year. Other future concerns about the site, maybe they have older systems with tanks. There's 3, this one and 2 others next to it. There's additional tanks east of the main this production facility, and those are empty. Those will be something that'll have to be removed at the time of closure of this project, should that happen. Just a summary of the produced waters of that. We're operating at less than 0.5% now of the Danish Flat at the 2012 peak. The facility is open 1 or 2 days per week upon request, but it is an essential service to the producers that are still in the area. We're not having much new oil and gas work in the county, as everyone knows, but there are still ongoing operations that result in having produced water to dispose of. continue monitoring that site in the future. At Harley Dome, the IACX helium production plant linked to wells on state and BLM lands. This facility is on leased private land. In the summer of 2018, an inspection found that they had removed all of the production equipment from inside the buildings by removing the roof panels. That continued on until recently. I've maintained communications with the company. That took them a while to decide what to do. They decided to come back and actually put in very similar but smaller facilities back inside the buildings. And as of April of 2020, they are operating again. So that facility has come back. Primarily future monitoring the site. It's something I can only do from the outside of the building unless the operator happens to be there when I go on a visit. And they don't really let me inside the plant anyway, because they have proprietary equipment in that area. So I can only look at it from the outside, but it's all contained within that little building. The main production facility for produced water here was at Harley Dome, and this one has a very large footprint, a big warehouse full now of chemicals used in the production. This building was a processing area for their injection facility, also big vats of chemicals, including acids, in this building. They had 2 injection wells. One of them, the roof little building here, is blown off. The chemicals are an issue we need to address. Within the system, there are still some thousands of barrels, not a huge number compared to the size of this facility, but some condensate and produced water that's still in there. Talking with UDOG, their regional representative has recommended one way to get rid of those would be to reopen one of the injection wells and get that material down into that injection well for disposal. Looking at, this is a big facility. Give you an aerial view here. That's the top of their warehouse. That's the vinyl building for production. Just both these are just full of big industrial size tanks of production chemicals that need to be disposed of. There's more production condensate and residual produced waters are scattered in several facilities. Earlier this year, there was a potential new owner for this facility who did some work cleaning up and did some small maintenance work on the valves here. This is an issue. I'm going to go through the chronology of this facility. It was operated by Westwater Farms with an initial permit from the county. They sold it to Armada Water Assets that operated very briefly. They suspended operations back in 2016. Then it went into Chapter 11 in May 2016. Chapter 7 bankruptcy, May 2017. And then we found in 2019 that it had been acquired through a mechanics lien by the electrical contractor who worked on this facility, who lives in Price. And he has no intention of opening this as a produced water facility, has been trying to find a buyer, would like to sell the equipment, whatever he can. There's potential now for a second buyer I've been made aware of. But it's very unlikely that they'll ever be returned to use as a produced water facility. I would recommend that the commission, that we start thinking about having a letter to UDOG to contact them and to propose that the county and UDOG, which both have bonds on this facility, much more UDOGM than the county, that we go through the process of evaluating the viability of those bonds after all these changes of ownership, see if they're still available, and come to some conclusion about how to work with the current owner and see what can be done with the priority to remove those chemicals, safely dispose of them, plug the injection wells as necessary for that, all for future public safety. I would recommend that the commission entertain that. And if there's some general interest in that, I could start working on such a letter to UDOG. Just keep monitoring, working with the owners and UDOG, as I just mentioned. And that's just kind of an overall summary of oil and gas. Have any questions about the presentation?
I would like to move forward with getting a letter started. I think that's important. We don't want to have something go wrong and then have to do it quickly. So yes, is that in agreement with everybody else?
I'm okay with that.
Yes, I think it's important that we move forward and see how we can get those chemicals moved. So yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I work on getting that on a future commission memo for consideration. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. A lot of information. Thank you very much. No one from the commission has any more questions?
No, very thorough. Thanks for that, Russ.
Okay, thank you.
It was nice hearing about the other facilities too. So thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, there's the Danish Flat is still working, but there's not a lot of money coming in to support that operation. The company does have similar facilities in Wyoming and New Mexico, so I think that helps in terms of their long-term stability. That's not completely independent here. We'll see.
Thank you. Thank you. So you want to unshare your screen?
Okay. Yep.
Thank you. We are to we're at general. We don't have any agency reports, presentations. So we're at general business action items, discussion and consideration. Approving the airport name change to Canyonlands Regional Airport. Andy.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, county staff, and guests, Andy Solzwig, Airport Director for Canyonlands Field Airport. Having worked in the industry for a long time, the Canyonlands Field Airport name, and being that the airport does cover a regional area, Southeast Utah, and to be more competitive, I guess, in the industry and to other markets specifically, that I thought it might be a good idea, and it has a good ring to it, to just change the name to Canyonlands Regional Airport. Sort of makes it a little more official. Having asked the question to the FAA and other groups, it's really a local decision. Being that the county owns the airport, you could change it to whatever name you'd like, but with the name that I'm suggesting, we will not have to change the 3-letter identifier. And I just think it's a nice fit moving forward into the future. Any questions?
Would that change the makeup to the board? Would we need some regional representatives?
Fair question. It would not change anything to the airport board or to ownership. This is a change of name.
Hey, Andy, I asked you this question in advance, but I didn't see a response. So the FAA doesn't require a letter or anything in writing? Just the minutes of this meeting?
They do not. Right. In fact, one of the examples was there's a town in Wyoming where Green River, it's just coincidence, but it's Green River Intergalactic Spaceport. So that'll give you an example.
Okay. Somebody want to make a motion? Gabriel?
I was
Question.
just gonna ask, yeah, I'll make a motion and then I'll make, add to the discussion. I move to approve the name change of Canyonlands Field to Canyonlands Regional Airport.
Question, we have a motion by Gabriel Wojtek, seconded by Greg Halliday. And you had a question, Gabriel.
So you mentioned no fiscal impact. There isn't any signage or anything that would, you can easily spend $5,000 on a nice outdoor sign. How do you respond to that?
That is a good question. If we are to change letterhead and other things, I guess on the airport with the name change, we can still have Canyonlands Field be available. So yes, it's a fair question. I guess ultimately long-term, change anything or modify anything, then we can change it, make that, have that cost associated. But I would just think it, like letterhead specifically, we could do that immediately or just run out of the products we have. And then as we order new, we would just make the change. So there's some flexibility with it, with however we want to do. We have talked about that internally among staff, being that we just have a nice sign on the building that does say Canyonlands Field. We can leave that with it. We really don't need to change that at all.
Very well. And I just wanted to say thanks so much for bringing this to the table. I think that's, sort of little changes like this to make us more competitive in the market is why we brought you in. So thank you for bringing it.
Any other discussion questions?
I like it. A lot of times people see it as the Moab airport, but in all actuality, it does serve the region. And there's even times when people are commuting from Grand Junction, which has a busier airport, to come utilize the Moab flights. So I am in support of it.
Okay, any other discussions or comments? I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye or raise your hand. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
J has been moved to December. So we are to K, adopting ordinance amending sections 1.04.010 or 010 and repealing and replacing chapter 1.16 of the general Grand County ordinance to update definitions and establish an administrative hearing process. Christina Sloan.
Yes, and I realize that the version you have in the packet is not the final version, so I just emailed you guys that, but they're pretty minor changes. But that's the version we will want to adopt. So right now, the way our code is set up is that all we can do to enforce any violation of our code, that would be land use code or general ordinances, is to prosecute someone criminally, which is a big reason why we have largely not seen any such code violations in the county. We're way, way, way behind the curve on this, and pretty much all other counties have a process where you can assess civil penalties through an administrative process. So that is what this does. The amendment of section 1.04.010 is just adding definitions that are related to this administrative hearing process. And then of course 1.16, which did allow only criminal penalties previously, has now been amended to allow civil and criminal penalties and to flush out this administrative process. So it's a great tool to actually bring people into compliance and make them take it seriously, but without having to go through criminal prosecution, which just doesn't feel right in most circumstances. So if you'll notice in the packet, the changes between what's in the packet and when I emailed you is, after speaking with Mila, I added an additional section 1.16.040 where a warning letter comes out first before the notice of violation, which is the final decision. So there's a new section there that details that, and that is consistent with Mila's current practice. And then there was just some wordsmithing later in 1.16, which is now 0.070. Salt Lake County and San Juan County, interestingly, were the two similar ordinances that we like the most. And so we borrowed from them quite a lot in drafting this. You guys have any questions?
Thank you.
Assuming you're going to motion, then the motion should be for, you know, the action as amended or as presented. Good work.
Do I have any questions?
Looks like Gabriel.
Mary, I'd make a motion. I would make a motion.
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. Make a motion.
I move to approve the proposed ordinance updating the Title I definitions and creating an administrative hearing process for code violations with amendments as outlined by the county attorney.
Thank you. Motion by Gabriel, seconded by Greg. Any other discussion?
Thanks, Christina. You addressed my concern. I didn't even have to bring it up. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Yes, this has been needed for a long time, so thank you. Any further discussions?
Complain, okay?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now to consent agenda. Ratifying.
Hey, Mary, it's 6 o'clock. Do you want to do the second citizens to be heard?
Yes, thank you. It is 6 o'clock. We are ready for the second citizens to be heard. You can dial 669-900-6833, meeting ID 867-1625-23656, password 279317. If you call in, you will have to unmute. You hit *6. Do we have anyone, citizens to be heard?
Yeah, I've got a quick comment.
Yes, Reed?
This is Reed Pendleton. I just want to make a quick comment about the final Area 313 plan that we'll be seeing in the next couple weeks. Just a little review of what I've seen from that. September 1st joint workshop, the Planning Commission asked this county commission whether they would like to see language in support of overnight accommodations in the area plan. And the county commission voiced support for campgrounds, RV parks, and educational centers. And then the following couple meetings with the Planning Commission, I asked them why this language was not being included in the vision statement or even being discussed as an inclusive part of the area plan. And although I never received a direct answer from anybody, Commissioner Emily Campbell did make this statement on September 28th when talking about the Area 313 plan use table. And I quote, "There is no use by right for any overnight accommodations. Any parcel owner that wanted to seek that would need to seek it independently of any of this work. And this use table does not change anything from what is currently in place in this county." End quote. So, I mean, I guess for me, unless something has dramatically changed from when the area plan went into legal review, none of us are going to see any language in support of overnight accommodations for the new area plan. What I'm seeing is that instead of directly voicing support for or against it, the Planning Commission is going to yield all overnight application decisions to this county commission body to vote on. This application process is exactly what the county commission created when they created the overnight accommodations overlay. And this is the exact same process and application that I submitted back on January 16th. And now 11 months later, nothing has changed in the overnight accommodations approval process for my application. So I just hope now that the county commission can look at my application without any other distractions or delays and review it for the facts and positivity that I am trying to bring to this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed. Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard? Seeing none, we will move on to consent agenda. Ratifying the chair's signature on Kilgore Grand County contract for Arbor and Hecla subdivision improvements. Ratifying the chair's signature on Verizon's wireless NASPO Value Point contact purchasing agreement.
Mary, I can make a motion on this if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Okay, I move to adopt the consent agenda as presented and authorize the chair to sign all associated documents.
Thank you, Greg. Do I have a second? Seconded by Evan. Discussion? Okay, we will move to calendar items.
We need to vote.
Oh, well, I guess so. All right, I'm seeing the end, you know, got a little excited there. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Seeing none? Passes unanimously. Now, calendar items.
Okay, I actually have a little more tonight. And I guess I would start off with some announcements for board vacancies and ask you all, do you want me to read those off right now, or what's the best way to let you know what board vacancies we'll have for citizens coming in 2021?
I think it's worth reading off simply because there are people that listen to us on YouTube and such, and this will maybe spur somebody to apply.
Okay.
Is everybody in agreement with that? Okay.
I'll be fast. We have 3 vacancies on the Council on Aging. We have 2 on the Historical Preservation Commission, 1 on the Southeast Utah Housing Authority, 2 on the Library Board, and this is as of the end of October, so with a few changes. So hopefully I'm catching all of them. We will have 3 on the Planning Commission, 1 on the Public Health Board, and 1 on the Travel Council Advisory Board. For our special service districts, and it looks like Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District, we have 1 coming for Arches Special Service District, though I think that was appointed 2 meetings ago. We have 2 for the Canyonlands Healthcare Special Service District, 1 for the Cemetery Maintenance District, 2 for the EMS Special Service District, 1 for Moab Abatement. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading this and seeing that this is duplicated. So it says 1 for Mosquito Abatement District and 2 for Moab Mosquito Abatement District. I think those are the same thing. So hopefully that's a mistake, but otherwise we do have 2 separate ones. And we have 2 for the Recreation Special Service District, 1 for Solid Waste Special Service District, 3 for Thompson Fire District, and 2 for the Transportation Special Service District. And I can also send those out. Tara did have those published, and they have been running in the Post. It looks like October 8th was the latest time that ran. And the application deadline is December 1st. So if folks are interested, there's more information on our website. And we also have the application to apply on our website. So if there aren't any questions or potential corrections for that one, I can move on to our calendar, which The big thing is we do have Thanksgiving coming up next week. That is the 27th. And the county also is closed the day after, which is the 28th. As I mentioned last time, because of that time off and our normal deadline, we are moving the agenda item deadline and document submission from Wednesday up to Monday, the 23rd. And that's just because otherwise we would be making the packet and finalizing things on Thanksgiving. So please make sure if you have any items to send them along by EOB on Monday, November 23rd. And the only other thing I have on my list is what we've talked about quite a bit tonight, which is budget hearings on December 1st. We'll have the county budget public hearing and also the Thompson Springs Special Service Fire District budget public hearing. So if there is nothing else and no questions, I think that's all that I have for this item.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are on to our public hearing. Public hearing to solicit feedback on proposed 2021 consolidated fee schedule. Mallory?
Yeah, Chris and Christina can jump in on this if needed. But Chris, do you want me to first go through kind of the basic things and then we could discuss some of the other things like the COVID tie-in costs that we might be looking at?
Yeah, let's do that. We can just go through and hit some of the key points. I know that Christina had several changes, planning and zoning had several changes, etc. There are some, the COVID-related event fees and event fees in general, I think are going to require more work before we approve them. But we should have a bit of a discussion to see, kind of what direction the commission wants to go that way when we get to it.
Well, then I'll start off with the easy stuff, which is there are general, just formatting changes, but I also added a few sections to clarify one, fees by statute, which are our sheriff's office, recorder, and constables. They do have fees in our schedule, but they are defined by statute. So it just references the process for those. And also two other sections added about how we come up with the fees, how they're adopted, and our general process for adopting and amending them. Outside of that, if you look at the agenda summary, it's hopefully somewhat easy to follow in terms of what sections have changes and the rationale that's listed, though it's pretty basic. So if there's questions as we're going through this, let me know and I can get the answer if I don't have the answer. But the first department is the building department. There's are just clarifications. So there were not any changes to their fees. It was just clarifying the fees in terms of what they apply to. The next is our community development. So if you go through the redlined version, you'll see quite a few changes. One, to reflect the change from the department being economic and community development to just community development. We also have a few changes in there, and if you want to look at them, or if Christina has anything to add, I would say in general, those are based off of a lot of research looking at other counties and municipalities. I know I personally spent quite a bit of time polling what other people were charging and trying to take into consideration staff time, reasonable fees. So there were some changes in there, as well as the addition of a noise violation, a special event violation, and a lighting violation. And a few sections were removed that are no longer relevant. So Christina, do you have anything you would want to add to that section, or are there any questions from the commissioners?
I don't really have much to add. I do recommend we set out the code violation table in a separate section because it's now including a lot more than land use violations. In that administrative, this will tie in with the administrative hearing process we just passed. So it could be a parking violation out at the airport that is assessed under this section. So I think that's my only real feedback, continuing. Otherwise, great job summarizing all this.
Commissioners, what are your thoughts on separating that out? Is that okay?
I think
That's fine with me.
yeah, I think I'd make it clearer. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. If there is nothing else,
there's a public
we
hearing.
have what's
Okay.
that?
Oh, I just said, is there any public?
No.
Well, we still have a little bit more to go over before we're done explaining it, right, Mallory?
Oh,
Yes.
yes. I was just. Go ahead.
So the clerk auditor's office, Quinn is on, so he can chime in if need be, but they modified a few of theirs to align with clerk auditor fees statewide. And I removed the special event permit fee while we work through some of that, which we'll get to in a little bit, but I temporarily moved it under the Moab Area Travel Council fees. I can certainly change that, and I imagine when we get into the conversation about the tiered fee schedule for special events, we can talk more about that.
You're cutting out.
Next one is OSTA, Old Spanish Trail Arena. For the most part, that were just intended to align with the realistic costs, staff time, facility management, but you will see theirs are very, very minimal. They did add a COVID-19 fee, actually two of them. One is for hazard cleaning and chemicals, but you'll see those are hourly and very low. It is actually just the staff time and then the actual cost of purchasing. Thank you, Chris, for sharing that. Let's see, the next is the recorder's office, and that again is established by statute. So it was just changing their fee to align with the Utah code. The travel council, we can get to that one after I go through the other ones, but again, that's for the COVID-19 fee special event items. The weed department had two very, very slight increases, and it was just for spray time and travel time. Canyonlands Field Airport had a few clarifications, and then they also had some increases, but what they did was a pretty in-depth process working with their board and researching other apartments, airports, and just working to be competitive while balanced, with fair market, staff time, and such. So if there aren't any questions, I think we can move to talking about the special event permit fee and how it ties to a potential COVID-19 fee.
I mean, I do have some questions, but they might be ticky, so I'd prefer you just go on and maybe I can talk about stuff later.
Chris, do you want to talk about the special event permit fee and the COVID considerations? Or do you want me to run with that?
We can both discuss it. So in thinking about it, you know, if we're going to bring on even just one new position for COVID enforcement, you know, we may try to seek partial reimbursement for that via our fee structure. But then there's administrative costs as well. $100 is the current fee, no matter what size of event. And so we felt like the administrative fee could be relative to the size of an event. And then separately, we could have a COVID fee. And we initially, you know, were trying to work it out, and ran into some trouble with regard to some events being different durations. And so if you just worked off attendees only, but we were requiring our compliance officer to check in on the events, you know, then an event that runs for one day is obviously a lot less work than an event that runs for multiple days. So there's a complication there. And then, you know, on top of that, total participation isn't necessarily reflective of daily participation. And when we started running through the list of our events and trying to calculate the fees, like for instance, the Moab Music Festival, what did you say that was, like an 18-day event or something, Mallory?
Yes.
And so, you know, if we did a per day charge and based it on their total attendance, then it was some ridiculous amount of money that I don't think they would be able to afford. And so it's a bit of a conundrum trying to figure out, you know, like how to structure this so that it's fair, but it's not going to prohibit events in and of itself just from the fees. However, you know, even with these fees that we're looking at, which are pretty sizable, when we run the calculations of what kind of revenue we'll bring in based on the fees for events that we were looking at, you know, it wouldn't even really cover even one of those two positions we're considering. It'd be, you know, $35,000, $40,000 total in a year. And so, you know, the question becomes, how do we want to split this out so that it's fair but not create a fee structure that's going to be prohibitive in and of itself? And so that's part of the problem. Right now, it's looking, you know, we've got it down 150, 500, 1,500, 3,250, 4,000 per day relative to the size of the event. But like I say, you know, we might need to define the attendees better, and not necessarily the COVID fee could perhaps be based on average attendees per day rather than total attendees. And maybe there's some cap on the maximum charge. I don't know. But it's complicated trying to figure out an equitable fee for the full range of events that we have. And then we can keep working on it also and come up with some fixes to this. I don't think that this is done yet. But if the commissioners have any ideas or suggestions or comments, we're happy to take them, or the public for that matter.
So Chris, in our meeting, we had talked about looking at a per attendee price based on the total cost to the county of those compliance positions, somewhat like the special recreation permit fee, the BLM charges, which is $5 a head. Did you guys look into that and just feel like it was outrageous, or?
We could do that to a degree. I mean, part of the problem is that some events you don't really know how many participants you're going to have. You know, like for instance, the Moab 4x4 Expo is open to the public, and most of their participants are speculated. And so that's could be a little tricky. I mean, it's possible to try to do it per attendee. You know, like I say, if they know, and it's not open to the public, and it's a closed registration. That would be easier. Not all of them are like that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. The BLM does require an audit. That's a self-audit, but they have to do reporting after the fact, and maybe that's just too painful for us.
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to make it so that it wasn't, the reason why we went with tiers is it just seemed like it would be easier to administer.
Yeah. And
give a more clear-cut idea of what the fees are going to be for both, our purposes and the sponsor's purpose of trying to, because, most sponsors will take these fees and try to build them into their own fee structure so that the total cost of participating in the event is covering these expenses. Mm-hmm. And so it's useful for them to know what these expenses are when they establish their own fees for participation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's something else there's another issue that I ran into when I was trying to take that approach, but I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, that's good.
And so, I mean, maybe what Mallory and I can do is, run through all the events that we have on schedule and try to calculate with the information we have what their fees would be, and then we can look at them and see if they seem reasonable. Like I say, if you have a 18-day event like the Moab Music Festival, and their total participants are, in the level 3, level 4, I can't remember, but, and then you do COVID cost per day, it gets unreasonable. But maybe if we look at it from the perspective of average participants per day as opposed to total, then it would be a more acceptable figure.
Well, I would assume the music festival is an anomaly and you could cap after 7 days, or, Jeep Safari is probably more than that. But at some point between like 7 and 18, you just cap the COVID fee maybe. Yeah.
And I mean, part of the potential struggle is just that, some of these events are dispersed for a fair part of their, their duration. And so, like, for instance, Jeep Safari has some big gatherings, but then when they do their trail rides, they're all over the whole county. And so, there's multiple groups of, I think, like 30 that go in every which direction. And so I don't know even how you would inspect that kind of a scenario. Or maybe we're not concerned about inspecting those dispersed scenarios, but we're more interested in inspecting the instances where we have a certain threshold of participants all in the same place at the same time and charge only for those instances. It's like the music festival has the grotto where they go down the river and they have a limited number of participants, and, are we going to send an inspector down the river? Are we going to have an inspector following a trail crew, somebody out on a 4-wheel drive adventure? They might be able to hang out with one out of 50 different groups, but, I don't know. it gets to be complicated. And I
Well,
think that, you know, we may be more concerned about sort of the larger gatherings where there's enhanced risk of community spread. And maybe we could say, you know, set some threshold for that. I don't know.
Well, and the inspection is an important part of the COVID fee, but it's also administrative time and legal time and law enforcement time and some cleaning and some events. And so there's a lot that goes into it. And certainly in our materials, I would want to disconnect the COVID fee from inspections because like you say, we're not going to be able to inspect everything. And we don't want to give people a right to argue they should get that feedback.
Yeah, and I mean, as you can see, we have separated out the administrative fee and increased it substantially, especially for the larger events. So, you know, level 5, the 5,000 plus participant events are a tenfold increase in administrative fees from where they are now. We already have fees associated with law enforcement that gets involved with these events. So that's a separate part of this ordinance where sheriff's fees come into play if law enforcement is involved in these events, not from this perspective of responding to any kind of violation, but, you know, with in regard to doing escorts or providing security or whatever.
But I mean,
So
and
we
that
do-
is more special. I mean, we've had 2 events that required significant law enforcement time, one more in advance because they were playing ball and wanted to make sure they were doing everything right, and one because it didn't go well.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. But it's something that I think we need to do a little more work on before we approve this. And so feedback on how we could do that. And I think, you know, part of the rationale for also for separating out administrative fees from COVID fees is, you know, I think we're all hope that eventually, with, you know, widely available vaccination or whatever, you know, we won't be doing this kind of COVID inspections for eternity. I mean, maybe we'll have to, who knows, but it all depends on circumstances. And so that's something to keep in mind, but the other, you know, the other is really kind of trying to estimate what components of an event are we really interested in inspecting, and which components of events are actually practical to inspect.
I think that that's a good point, that we don't want to necessarily call it out as inspecting if we don't need to. I think it's kind of one of those things where the county will incur different costs and you know, we'll probably come up short on one event and overdo it on another event, and hopefully it all balances out at the end of the year. I also think that hopefully this isn't something that we're doing year after year. And so I think that, you know, one of these models that keeps it simple, I kind of like the flat per person fee, even if it's an estimate, because, you know, then the event organizers could even call that out, you know, like on their registration. If it was $100 to register, you know, they could say, oh, additional $5 fee for COVID-19 administration or whatever. And it seems like you're on the right path. I think that, you know, the idea of like average attendance, average daily attendance times the number of days is probably a way to go. I think that the idea of, you know, post event reporting to come up with it does kind of seem even more burdensome. So, and just kind of the idea of like, hey, we might pop in, but, you know, if even if we're not planning to be at some aid station 2 miles from pavement, if we're getting a bunch of complaints about it and we need to send somebody out there, we want to, you know, kind of say, hey, this could be a scenario that we run into. I think that, you know, having people expect that they need to follow their COVID mitigation plans is not a bad thing. Yeah, it does seem like there's a little more refinement before approving it today. But it seems like that things are on the right track, and I'm for, because hopefully this is a temporary sort of thing, you know, not having to complicate it so much that we're creating a lot of work for everyone.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think it makes sense to, you know, establish the administrative fees based on total participation, you know, and the COVID mitigation fee based on average daily participation, and then make that fee per day. So that if somebody has, you know, 2,000 people total, they'll be paying at level 3 for the admin fee. But if that's, you know, split up 500 per day over 4 days, you know, then they're going to be paying, you know, the level 1 or level 2 COVID mitigation fee, which is lower than the admin level. But
and do you think that would be enough to offset the cost of hiring a position to address this?
A little bit. I mean, the total cost of those 2 positions we were discussing is about $170,000, and so this will bring in maybe 40. So, you know, it's not even close, really, to offsetting the total cost to us for hosting these events with just even 2 new positions. And so, but if we tried to get $170,000
totally, yeah,
out of our events, you know, I think that it would drive them out of the county altogether, probably. I don't know. It would just be a huge fee.
Yeah.
And so, you know, only partial reimbursement, I think, is possible.
So my only comment is, I know it's really complicated and I don't really have any suggestions in that area, but as I look at the COVID-19 special event fees, if applicable, they just seem to escalate very, very rapidly. It seems like from 150 to 500 is way more than double. And then it goes up from there. 4,000 per day just seems kind of outrageous to me. I guess I would want them to escalate more in line with the admin fee, and they're still going to be way more because it's per day, but based on averages. So I don't know. I just look at those fees and I think that's probably not doable for most events.
Might not be, but it's hard to say. I'm not familiar with the finances of putting on an event, although I know expenses can run into the several $100,000 range for really big ones. But again, you know, if we're talking average attendees per day, that's going to be lower in a lot of cases. Not all events have all of their participants going on at the same time, but it was partly a $1 per person charge, so to speak, because if we took the total number of participants that we expect in a year and divide that by you know, the cost of our costs of providing law enforcement and COVID mitigation compliance personnel, you know, that cost is like up $6-7 per participant. And so we said, well, let's just try and get $1 out of that $6 or $7. And then we took, you know, say $1 per person, and that's, you know, to a degree, I think what we were thinking, I haven't really reviewed the methodology that Mallory had, and she can maybe go over it better, her methodology for coming up with these COVID special event figures, but, you know, they're kind of, maybe we can refine those too, but again, you know, it's, even these high numbers are not going to be, may not be enough to amount to a lot of reimbursement, but I haven't really had a chance to look this over yet or calculate it out, and I'll do that. But part of the thing we have to consider is, you know, how much can we expect people to pay, somewhat regardless of our own costs for helping putting these events on by providing the safety measures that are necessary.
I think that connection is crucial, is what is this costing the county, and at what benefit or cost to the county in a bigger sense. And I do think special events run well, make a whole lot of money. But I can also appreciate Jalen's point for sure. And, you know, I think we can further refine this, but I think that right now these special events have been so taxing that unless we really, you know, increase our resources in a way that we can afford, which is crucial for the special events to pay for it, I just don't see us keeping special events going at this rate with staff working as hard as we're working. I mean, assuming COVID continues on its current way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're proposing to pay for this out of money that we'd normally be using, you know, to establish or promote recreation. And so, you know, those costs are being borne by that budget. So it's not necessarily as bad as if we were proposing it to come from property taxes or sales and use tax, but, you know, just the same, it's affecting our ability to establish economic development otherwise. But, you know, a little different scenario than if we were using different money to pay for these positions. But just the same, you know, maybe what would be helpful next time at the next meeting is to run some different scenarios against actual real world events that we have, you know, not necessarily name them, but just kind of plug in their statistics and see what those events fees would amount to. And then if it looks unreasonable, then we can start tweaking it until it comes into reason. But I wouldn't necessarily expect that we'd be able to get more than 25% of our costs back out of these fees and still entertain events. You know, it wouldn't be to our benefit to hire 2 new positions and then set a fee schedule that forces all the events out of the county altogether. Then we'll have 2 positions, you know, that are now irrelevant. At least to this particular part of what their job duties would be. So yeah, it's definitely a balancing act, and it's something new for us, trying to figure out how to accommodate the economy safely. You know, it's just like anything with COVID, you know, we're making it up as we go because there's no precedent for this in recent history.
Chris, this is Mallory. We also, the Travel Council and OSTA have been pulling a bunch of data that we haven't had readily accessible. So now that there's a little more time and we have that together, I think, like you said, plugging that in and then looking at events just based on size and what we've had in the past, and seeing what's realistic and potentially, caps for the number of days for a COVID fee. But yeah, just working more with the data that they've confirmed will help quite a bit.
All right, so yeah, Mallory and I will run a statistical analysis on all this and use our event schedule to do it, and then send that out. We plugged this in because we just wanted something in here for the public hearing, but we know that this is not ready to be approved yet. And so if anybody has any suggestions about it, definitely write to the commission, or the commissioners have any suggestions, let us know. Because we want to be able to facilitate events and keep the economy rolling, but we want it to be done safely. And so that's the conundrum. We got to find that perfect balancing point. And so anyway, is there any more discussion on this or any other part of the fee schedule? We've got a couple weeks to refine it, so we don't necessarily have to talk it to death tonight. But we can accept comments. Mallory and I can accept comments and try to make any corrections over the next couple weeks.
And I can email my comments to you guys. They're mostly to do with OSTA's fees and wording and stuff like that. So I can do that.
That'd be great.
Okay, that's all I have.
I taken it, there's no one to speak in the public hearing? No one in the
Are there
waiting-
anybody from the public who would like to make a comment? I'm not seeing anybody, so I think that's it.
Okay, we have completed the public hearing. We do not have a closed session. We have completed the agenda. And so unless someone has something to add, I will adjourn this meeting of Tuesday, November 17th, 2020. Anyone have anything to add? Okay, see you later.